Well. Good evening. Good evening to all. Happy Friday. It is Friday, January 19th, 2024. Birthday coming up that we're going to be celebrating soon. Right?
Don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean you don't want to talk about? You know exactly what I'm talking about.
He's talking about me.
Are we going to be able to play the Supreme Court argument?
I think so. I've got a CD with it. They gave me permission like 2 years ago to talk about it, so I assume that's still standing. I don't have any reason to think otherwise. So I just got to get it scheduled. I'm thinking like the 27th.
Yeah. Well, and you and I are also kind of frantically running around and packing stuff because we've got a place to be.
I am not done packing.
Neither am I.
But,
Where are we going, Ian?
We are going to Vegas. And so there's going to be pictures of Rob and Runkle in Vegas. I might be bringing a tie. Somebody's asking, did we remember Kurt's birthday? We did. I assume Rob did. So
I did.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to be in Vegas for the Gundies. It's going to be exciting. So, and Mrs. Runkle is going to be along, although she's not actually coming out to the Gundies. So, and for the people on, people in chat, she's probably going to be camera shy. So don't be expecting photos. She might be behind the camera, but I don't. Yeah. So yeah, that's exciting. I'm kind of freaked out because I always freak out a little bit before I get on a plane. I mean, at the end of the day, so long as you've got your cell phone, your your wallet with credit cards and your passport, you're okay. But yeah.
Are you one of those people that gets to the airport like 3 hours early?
Yes, because if our airports don't necessarily let you in if you arrive later than that. So I mean, need to for an international flight.
I'm gonna be in trouble. My flight leaves early in the morning on Sunday. Oh baby. This is gonna be a fun morning.
How early?
Early enough for me.
So I had two options. I could leave at 6:30 a.m. And when you got to be there 3 hours early, that means 3:30 a.m., which means leaving the house at 2:30 a.m.
tomorrow.
Which means tonight. Why the heck did you even bother going to bed in the first place?
Yeah, it's not very fun.
The other option we had was leaving at just after noon. And that's much. I still got to get up at like 7 a.m. But 7 a.m. is just like, it's out of town court day.
Yeah. Well, they threw a new wrinkle in this year with the Gundies. God bless them. But the wrinkle is on the little announcement, it's like formal attire. It said no talks, but formal attire. I was like, oh, well.
So I assume just suit and tie.
Yeah. So the lawyer get up. So I had to make sure I've got a suit that's ready to go.
Yeah. I was just like, for a lawyer, this is not hard. It doesn't even feel really like formal wear just because it feels like, I've always described it as like a suit is like the McDonald's uniform for lawyers.
Yeah.
It feels like this is the crap I put on to go to work. So,
and there's a little known secret that, well, it's a little bit vastly known secret that lawyer suits. Well, do I really want to share this? Do I want to share this? I think I do. Lawyer suits are usually not the best kept suits because we use them so much, and there's something that happens to the human body when you're under tremendous amounts of stress, and it's sweating. Not like oh, that's like a cute sweat. No, it's like a stress sweat.
No, the panic flop sweat.
And those suits last a very short period of time. Like, you got to swap those suits out because, whew. I can see people in the chat. Formal's a tux, suit is business attire. They said no tuxes. So I think their version of formal, it's the Gundies. It's their version of formal is just not a t-shirt, please. Not a t-shirt.
Not a t-shirt. No, I'm just trying to think, like, no tactical vest.
Well, so we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun. I get to meet Mrs. Runkle for the first time after seeing photos and hearing great stories. And it's going to be a great time. That's honestly one of the things I'm looking forward to the most is getting to hang out with the missus and you, and also just learning from the missus, because I imagine she has stories that you're going to be uncomfortable with her telling, which is going to be great.
I'm really excited. This is, I mean, I'm also excited for later when it happens, when there's a trip to Virginia. Because there's some people I got to meet as well. But yeah.
So this week was an interesting week here at my household and in Northern Virginia area because we had snow. I know that to a Canadian, someone who lives in Edmonton, that's not a big and significant thing, but we had a lot of closures today. What you probably didn't know, though, was that we had a really interesting thing occur today, and I get a news flash across, of all places, Twitter, from the local traffic who I follow on Twitter. One of the cool things about Twitter, I can't call it X, is you do get news very fast. And of course, this news I threw on blast immediately because when do you see this every day? Small plane makes hard landing on Loudoun County Parkway.
And that's not a euphemism, folks.
Nope. So this was in my backyard this morning.
Not literally his backyard.
No, but that is a Cessna Caravan that departed from Dulles Airport and experienced some weather-related issues and was like, nah, bro, gotta find a place to put down. Can't make it back to Dulles. Loudoun County Parkway it is.
Hey, I'm just impressed. I mean, it seems to be in one piece. It doesn't look like there's any vehicles underneath it.
Nope.
Because, I mean, that would suck. You're just driving along, you know, doing your thing, and then suddenly there's a plane parked in your head.
Well, yeah, but imagine just driving along and seeing a plane execute a perfect landing in snowy conditions while you're just a nervous driver going, bro.
Are you calling this snowy conditions?
I get it. I understand.
You can see the grass. Like
tall grass.
Yeah.
I know.
So when it gets proper snowing out here, that would be under snow.
I mean,
like
I understand
the tops of that grass would be under the snow.
My hat also very much goes off to this pilot for being able to not just navigate, because there was active snow falling, and regardless of the snow and the levels of snow on the ground, you can agree that when snow is falling, visibility is down, and when you're in an aircraft, that's got to be a little creepy, even if you've got instruments. But the tower is probably trying to navigate you, and
the tower's like, don't do it. And he's like, I've always wanted to land on a highway.
Yeah, so we had a little bit of a traffic incident today. So I immediately send this on blast to all of the lawyers at my law firm going, hey, if you're working out of the Leesburg office, might want to avoid this one.
Yeah, you might want to take a detour. Traffic's going to be messed up.
And DC area drivers are terrible, especially in snowy conditions. Snow hits the ground and everyone loses their mind. And I mean, I live on a street that's on a hill. You've seen my street. Mm-hmm. And the number of people that I hear in the morning, tires spiraling, trying to make it up this hill. I'm like, stop doing that. But people don't know how to drive and they want to get to work.
Yeah, if you're gunning it to get up the hill, all you're doing is you're just messing it up so anyone else can can make it. Now, I'm just going to tell you, that snow that you're seeing there, that you're like, oh, how do people fly in this?
They do it all the time. I know that.
Yeah, it's just called Edmonton.
But it's Cessna Caravan. People don't think that's a small aircraft. It's not the smallest I've flown in. I've flown in a Cessna 172. And, in those aircraft, it's a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to, I'll try to see about a picture from when I take off, because I'm going to bet they're going to have, the de-icing crews and all of that. Just, just like, okay, let's, bang the ice off the plane and send it into the air.
Let me see if I can't get a couple more images. Here we go. We got this one. So, landed, taxied, wheels look intact, plane looks intact.
The guy behind is like, mother effer, I'm late for work.
Just, there you got another one. Yeah, looks like, I mean, kind of a miracle when you think about it. So here's the story. A small commercial plane with 7 people on board made a hard landing on Loudoun County Parkway shortly before 1 p.m. The single-engine Cessna 208 Caravan departed from runway 30 at Dulles International Airport. Virginia State Police spokesperson said no injuries have been reported because the pilot's a badass. That's pretty damn impressive. Yeah. The intended destination for the flight was Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Owned by Southern
the
Airways.
Amish.
Yeah. Based out of Palm Beach, Florida. Well, that explains it. The company's a commuter airline. And we've got all the photos of the plane. We're relieved to report there's no injuries and all passengers safe and sound. The Airways CEO said in a statement, we're thankful to our pilots who did exactly what they're trained to do, to put the safety of our passengers first. We're working closely. I am just, in my mind, I am thinking, if I am on that highway or that road in this moment and I see a Cessna Caravan, I'm like, is that plane about to land? Is that a little low? Oh no, that is landing.
Now, one happened 3 days prior to this in I think Ottawa.
Gosh, it just,
and
what?
Not to do like a measurement competition, but I think it was a smaller plane landing in worse snow.
It might be. Hey, you know what? Good on them though. Hey, if you're a pilot and you do that and you make that landing, regardless of the aircraft, you save the souls on board. And this point right here, Thelo Agthi, any landing you walk away from is good landing. Yup, that's good landing. So traffic be damned. Everyone is safe. No injuries. That's about as good as you can report. But that was a summary of my day. And here I am at the office, having driven my truck to the office in the snow. No issues, except for avoiding the crazy drivers. Pretty happy about that.
So I'm trying to find a picture of this plane that landed in Ajax, just so that we can have a little comparison fight. All right. I think I found it. So let's pull this up here.
I trust you have necessary controls. Of course you do. Why wouldn't you?
Much smaller plane, and you can see the snow is much deeper.
Yeah. No injuries, though. Look at that.
Yep.
There you go.
Engine failed, and down it went. So
I mean, and little known fact is a lot of small single engine aircraft. I sent him a text. Okay. I think it did. Little known fact is small aircraft, they generally will navigate. They don't have massive instruments to show them where to go or what to do. So
it's look out the window.
It's look out the window, and you find a highway and you navigate based on major highways. That's one of the ways that small aircrafts navigate when they travel over large distances. They will follow the route of 95 or one of the major highways in the area. So they're always looking
various
at them.
other landmarks. one of the fun stories was a story of this guy built a cabin out in the middle of the forest, and it was like his secluded cabin where he's like, if everything goes wrong, nobody knows where this place is. I'll be all on my own. And he was really chagrined to later learn that the small aircraft pilots used his cabin as a landmark because it was the only like man-made structure out there. And so it was like everybody knows where your place is.
Yeah. And so good on the pilot. Good on the drivers for not running into the pilot. Good on everybody. Good on the first responders who were there clearing the roadway. That plane now has to get put onto the back of a truck and taken back because the plane can't necessarily take off from Loudoun County Parkway. And I don't think the FAA would allow them to do that. That's not really a suitable runway. It's like, hey, we're going to fire up and we're going to take off of this street.
Those buzzkills. Just let them do it.
By the way, and Dulles is in a dome of a very safely protected airspace, so they're very.
I can't imagine why.
What planes fly in and out of that airspace? Yeah, exactly.
I'm just picturing the poor FBI agent who's suddenly like, "We have an aircraft that just appeared out of the middle of nowhere. What do you want us to do with it?"
Loudoun County Parkway.
Where's it headed? It's headed vaguely like towards DC.
Then you get jet scrambling from Andrews and gosh, what a day, what a week, what a wild week. You know who had a really rough week? The person who had a really rough week was this little fella. Obviously, I mean, look at how terrible his living conditions are. Not to say his neck is I don't know how puppies sleep.
They kind of just crumple themselves into a ball like a used up tissue and throw themselves into a spot.
I mean, I guess, yeah. So Leo had a week. He is in a very, and I'm going to speak negatively about your client for a minute. He's in a very willful stage, and he's got these witching hours.
They do that.
I know. So I've been taken to the office, which it's helpful.
Gets him some socialization, gets him to see more people, see different environments.
Let me see. When he's there, he has a lovely little bed and his chew blanket, and it just doesn't care. And I know, gnawing on the foot. And this was when I was trying to make phone calls and trying to wrap up my day, and he was like, I'm not having it. I'm not having it. Give me attention and give it to me now.
Now you got to have client meetings in there. You got to have client mediations in there.
Well, this is the problem. My law partner was prepping a witness for a trial that was supposed to take place today. The court's closed, but my partner is in the office immediately next to me.
Why is court closed?
The court closed because of the snow. Don't say it. I get it. I understand. I get it. I was in the office this morning. I know it's cute, but my law partner was in the office immediately, immediately next to me, and she is trying to prep her witnesses, and Leo is going nuts. He's like, I want attention. I was like, shh, stop. They're going very serious testimony. Please stop barking. Nope. I want to bark. I want to scream. And then there's this magical thing that I showed this to you. He's not a fan of car rides.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this is the one, but this was last night. Tell me how you really feel. I can't do anything about that. We have to drive home. We literally have to drive home. I can't. Is he gonna be the whole way?
He's like, yes.
So yeah, that was a fun drive. I was watching the road.
I
Oh no. Mischief is throwing shade in the private chat. It's my driving, LOL. Come on. Shots fired.
See, I need to fly out there and we can try my driving and see
Oh.
if the dog is as upset.
Oh, my heart. I was driving slowly. It was the traffic. It was the traffic. That's what he was mad about the traffic.
When we first got Potter, no, the one that had a lot of trouble was we had a dog, Ripley, who since sadly passed on, but his previous owners had taken him on a car ride and then abandoned him. So he did not like car rides. To start, in order to get him into a car ride, we literally had to pick him up. And you need to understand, this is a dog that was taller than my waist. It was a big dog. Mm-hmm. You had to pick him up and sort of roll him so that you could control his legs. Because if you didn't have control of his legs, he would brace them on the door so that he wouldn't go through. Like something out of, out of the cartoons. And then you had to yeet him into the car and then, shut the door real fast before he could make for the door. So he eventually decided he loved car rides. It didn't help that the first car ride we took him on after getting him home was to the vet. So he had one ride to our house and then one ride to the vet. And that really, that really was like, not liking this. So, but then we took him on car rides to go to places like the off-leash park and, visiting family and all of that. And so eventually he's like, I love car rides. Zora didn't hate car rides as much as Leo seems to be, but she was like, I'm in a car ride. I need comfort. And what that meant is that she wanted to climb onto you and it's like, I need to drive. I can't have you climbing up on and clinging.
He does that too. And he does that. And he achieves walking over the center console of my truck, which is not a small feat. Like you've been in my truck too. It's not a small truck. He walks over the center console and just gets in my lap. And you would think that being in my lap would appease him. No, he wants to get there because he wants to be louder. He does not think that I'm listening to him effectively enough when he is in the passenger seat. And he is like, no, if I get closer to you and I bark and scream there, you'll make the driving thing stop.
Yeah, you might have to figure out some sort of solution for that. Because...
Yeah, we're going to work on it. So we've got a lot of stuff to cover. Lots going on. And I have been, kind of scrambling. I've got the law practice, which I've told you guys January for attorneys that practice domestic relations litigation is a very, very, very busy month. So a lot of my time
is it as busy as December?
It's like 9 million times busier. December is the time when your current clients call you to try and help navigate the holidays. January is when all the new clients call you because they have either a resolution or they've made it through the holidays or they've got a case they've been putting off or they have something that's just come up. It's a madhouse time. So I haven't had the opportunity to follow as many cases as I have, but I have been kind of keeping track on some of them. One of the questions I want to ask the chat is, there was a development in the Delphi murders case. Ian, are you familiar with this one?
Only a little bit.
And that's kind of where I was. But what drew my attention to it was the Indiana Supreme Court heard a writ of mandamus this week on lawyers that were basically forced to withdraw and then tried to re-enter pro bono, and the judge was like, no, you can't do that, to the point where it got appealed to the Indiana Supreme Court, and Supreme Court heard oral argument on it, because in the US, under the Sixth Amendment, you have the right to choose your counsel. So that case is now on my radar a bit, and I've been doing a little bit of a deep dive on it, and I don't know if people want me to follow it or not. If you guys want me to follow that, please let me know. Some people are saying no on it. Some people are saying yes on it. It's not so much the trial, it's that the litigation antics in this case seem to be pretty wild. The judge I'm going to call it compulsory withdrawal, did this hearing excusing the attorneys in chambers based on only the prosecution's statements, not a pleading, statements in a phone call that there was misconduct.
What was the alleged misconduct?
Apparently, a year ago, one of the defense counsel's friends gained access to the war room where the files were and leaked photos of the crime scene. Photos that were just pretty nasty. And interesting, well, the lawyer basically took remedial action afterwards and locked up everything, put in security, created a dedicated room that was a lock on it, a separate lock that only he had a key to for the Delphi case files, etc. So he really did take it seriously after the fact. But what was interesting to me was the prosecution. There's been a lot of leaks in that case, leaks of information, some of which could have only come from the prosecutor or the side of the prosecution. So it's one of these where I'm interested in the litigation strategy that's going on here, but I don't know a whole lot about the facts, and the facts of the case are pretty gruesome. So I know that a lot of people have been following it and covering it, but it's just very interesting to me. There's a third-party culpability claim that the defendant is trying to present. And from what I've seen, the lawyers have done a good job setting that up. So the Indiana Supreme Court, after hearing the argument, like I think the next day on the mandamus, issued an order saying that no, the lawyers are back in. So I don't know. I'm torn on it. But like I said, the litigation and the prosecution's conduct and the defense attorney's conduct is such that trial could be very fascinating to follow if it does go. And I think it is going to trial.
I mean, murders often do. Because, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Clever nickname is saying they took 3 hours from oral argument to the Indiana Supreme Court. 5 justices sitting. 3 hours to issue an opinion. That's pretty intense. Chat wants a poll. I'll put a poll up. I've never seen an appellate court act that swiftly. So, I don't know. Let's see. Let me do a poll here real quick. Ask the audience. I take a closer look at the Delphi case. Yes, no, and we'll add one indifferent. Here I am trying to remember how to spell indifferent. So that was kind of my week in a synopsis. Poll is live, so people can vote on it. I think Harry Potter's beard, I listened to the entire oral argument. I think it was obvious they were going to rule that way. I think they were very concerned with how the judge removed the lawyers. I think the procedure was egregious, like absolutely egregious. So we'll see. And I think that they've got good grounds to have the judge recuse herself. I don't think the Indiana Supreme Court ruled on the recusal, but it's very interesting. And I do know this, K-Rab. I know the defense theory is they were killed by a cult. I know. And that's part of the third party culpability, that these lawyers had been relatively effective in. So the prosecution has an upper advantage in a lot of these cases where the judge says you cannot access the media, but they all leak. They all leak. And the charging document is itself a leak. The charging document is what prosecutors are saying occurred that day. It is itself the prosecution's ability to lay out the evidence that they believe they have and can prove at trial. And the defendant has a First Amendment right to speak out against the allegations made against him. And the judges issuing gag orders in cases becomes a big issue when you have stuff like that. You've seen it in Koberger, you've seen it in, you saw it in Rittenhouse, you saw it in Murdoch, you see it in every major prosecution. So it's been wild. Sharon Milano, why aren't you covering the Troconis trial? I have not had the capacity to be online looking at a lot of these trials. This one piqued my interest because judge removes defense counsel from case is not something you see every day. So we shall see. I'll let you guys vote on that one, and then we'll kind of follow up from there. But anyways, it's Friday. We're 30 minutes in. How you guys doing? How was your week? What are you drinking? Hopefully you have a cocktail present. If not, hopefully you have water, tea, something to keep you warm, and a tasty snack, popcorn if you need it. But let me hear from you guys. I like when the chat tells me what's going on in their own lives because it's kind of neat. I know Peter is the one that piqued my interest on it. I followed Peter Tragos, lawyer. If you're not following his channel has, I don't know how he finds the time to do it, but he puts out like a video a day. And it was pretty wild.
It's not a video a day. He puts out like 3 or 4 videos a day.
And he's covering every one of these cases, including his own docket.
He's got an entire legal team. Like his law office is basically running his YouTube channel at this point, I think.
Well, they've got to be, because it's a lot. He's covering everything.
Yeah, it's I couldn't keep up.
Coffee and cheesies in Waterloo, Ontario. Celebrating for Maya. I'll pull that up too. Poke Bowl in California. Chai tea in Alberta. People keeping warm. Water, New Jersey. Water's good. Always hydrate. Ice cold water stuff in Indiana. Natalie Lawyer Chick's covering it too. Oh, yep. I imagine that. Natalie also has a full-blown practice too, so it's difficult for them. Difficult for her. I don't know how people do it. Like, I practiced law full-time, so. Able to see Crap Goth open her pen. That was a very fun video. Did you catch the video, Ian, of Pixie?
I have been way too slammed the last few days.
Yep, that's completely fair. It's fun. She got her pen. She was very happy about it. It was really cute to see it. All the emotions. Here in Nova with you, Rob, keeping warm. Great. Glad you're keeping warm. Fiona Boyd Bell recovering from shingles in 30 degrees Celsius. I had shingles. That is no joke. I am a gentleman that is under a certain age where shingles should not be an issue. And these shingles popped up in 2019. Which is actually the scarring that you guys see on my cheek. That started with the shingles. Oddly enough, I don't know if I've told that story before, but shingles comes with the onset of stress. So I was managing my law practice. I was managing my law practice. This is when my father was passing away from cancer, and then my prior marriage was dissolving. So all of those, so the person who was looking at me said, "This looks like shingles. Have you been under a lot of stress?" And I started laughing. Of course. Let me tell you, but I did not proceed to tell her. But yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Shingles is no joke though. It just burning pain all the time. Can't make it stop. Yeah. So I hope that you recover quickly, get the antiviral, do what you can, rest, get better. Sipping a ginger ale cuddled up in Cincinnati, got to play catch up. Ray J, hot chocolate in Arizona, thawing out. from being in Chicago with a -3 degrees. How do you Northerners do it? That's a question for Ian. How do you Northerners do it?
Pretty much we got no other options. Like
your keys story is my favorite.
Oh, somebody sent me a picture. It's they say like Americans talk about how you, or like Southerners talk about how you can, cook an egg on the sidewalk, and it's like Canadians, and it's an egg that's frozen, but it's being held up by the frozen egg. It's and for the people who haven't heard the keys story, I dropped a set of keys as I was learning about just how cold Edmonton gets for the first time. And I had to just abandon it because digging through snow in 40 below is hazardous to your health. I felt like I was going to die.
Good way to get frostbite.
Oh, I thought I was going to lose fingers or something. So, yeah.
So what do we want to cover first? I've got a couple of different stories I want to go through. Do you want to talk about the Lauren the Mortician case?
Let's give that one a little moment because I might have a phone call coming in right away. And if I do, then I don't want to drop out midway through story. So we'll get to that one for sure because it's bizarre.
It is. Do we want to talk about the judgment that was entered in the Kowalski case?
That one is a fun one. I mean, in some ways, it's just a culmination of everything we already knew was going to happen, but it's
correct
in one nice, neat little document.
Let me see if I can't pull that up. I'm working on it now. Internet is being internet. Come on, buddy. There you go, internet. Thank you for cooperating momentarily until you stopped cooperating. Oh, you know what? We can't get in the case yet. I haven't run the intro. Intro.
You owe us an intro.
So here I am after the intro is rolling, and I'm trying to send this document to myself so that I can pull it up on stream doc, because we have the judgment. Ian jumped off stream. I guess he got that phone call. Let's see if I can't pull this magical document up. And I do know the plaintiffs have accepted the judgment already. It was basically a simultaneous acceptance, like almost immediately. Why does every one of these documents save as what's called a blank order? So strange. In either event, let us get to this. Share the screen, Rob. You can do this. Final judgment. So, in the 12th Judicial Circuit Court in and for Sarasota County, Jack Kowalski, as personal representative of the state of Beata Kowalski, and Maya Kowalski, the plaintiff, versus Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. The final judgment. The matter was heard. We're not going to go through all of that. Honestly, the most important part is getting to the bottom. This walks through all the findings, the jury's counts, the claims that are awarded, the remitter that's granted, and here it is adjudged that plaintiff Maya Kowalski individually shall recover from defendant J. Hatch compensatory damages in the amount of $93.284 million, less $2.5 million for set off, as stipulated by the parties. Punitive damages of $50 million, making a total judgment for Maya Kowalski of $140,784,000. So let's do the math. I'm going to start doing this calculator. Calculator, come on. Calculator. 140.
The math is that's all the money.
I know.
Like just take all the money you've ever seen and then pile it with all the other money you've ever heard of. and then like add more money to the pile, and that's the pile.
Well, yeah, which shall bear interest at a rate of 9.09 per year.
Which is exceptional.
Using and what I like about this is that the Florida courts actually do the daily decimal percentage.
Yeah.
So let me do the calculator. Let me pull up my computer calculator as well.
Somebody said that this works out, like the total works out to something like $52,000 a day.
Oh, that's what I want to calculate right now.
Yeah.
Is just this part of the judgment 0.00248 361 multiplied by 140780000. So just this part of the judgment is $34,964 per day. Holy shit. That's a lot. That's a lot of interest. And it adjusts annually based on the interest rate that the Florida sets for these judgments.
Interest rates are going in which direction now?
Well, it's not down.
It's not down. It's pretty much the opposite of that plane that we saw.
Sorry, that was a snort. That was a snort. Oh my god. Okay. And then plaintiff Jack Kowalski individually shall recover from defendant Jay Hatch $1,513,000, $500. So there you go. And then as person representing the estate, Jack Kowalski recovers the sum. Go ahead.
Did you ever think you'd look at like $1.5 million and think, why is this guy getting so little?
It's
like you put those two numbers together and it's like, oh, well, that's a lot less.
I gotta keep my math going. So 1513500. Okay, plus Jack Kowalski, person representative of the estate of Beata Kowalski versus Jay Hatch, recovers the sum of $66,153,676. So now I got to add 63,063,153.
So
6.
That's a lot of money.
That, in fact, is 205. Let's see, 205. It's 205,451.
And you know how many millions I have? I have 0 millions.
I can share the calculator screen. There you go. And the multiplier for that sum, 205,405,1176 is the total sum. The multiplier is, it's kind of fun.
I was going to make a joke about saying I should ask them to help fund my pro bono law practice. The thing is that's a joke. The unfortunate thing is that Maya and her family now are going to have to deal with every jerk on the planet coming out of the woodwork with hat in hand going, mine, like, the seagulls.
Yeah. So there you go. Right there. Wait, someone's saying in the chat, I missed 3 million. I got the amounts. They're all bolded. Either way. So I did the math there. It shows $51,000, $51,026.06 per day. So that's a lot. That's a lot of money per day.
I would love to be making $52,000 a day. There's a lot of people probably in our chat who aren't making $52,000 a year.
Let's do this. Divide by 24.
And here's the other thing. I wonder how many people at JHatch, because I bet it's a lot, who aren't making $52,000 a year.
Yeah.
If you're a janitor at J-Hatch, you're probably sitting there going, you jerks are paying this in interest a day to fight a girl you screwed over?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this would be the ultimate in F you pay me kind of situations.
Well, the F you pay me situations, that is J Hatch paying $2,126.09 per hour just for the judgment existing. Let's go ahead and do that by minute. $35 per minute.
I'd be okay with, if anybody wants to pay me $35 a minute, then I'd be down with that.
$35 per minute. $35 per minute. For the average duration of my show, $35 per minute times, let's see. So it's $2,100 per hour times what's my show usually? 3 to 4 hours? $6,000 to $7,000.
Well, and here's the thing. You're calculating this out based on like 24-hour days, right?
Yeah, I know. But if I were to do a working day.
Yeah, if you were doing a working day, you're talking about 8 hours a day.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a very good point. So if I take
so it's not
million,
like, if you got to figure it out as like a salary.
If I take $205 million and I apply, that multiplier, so $51,000, divide that by, that's per day. Divide that by what? An 8-hour day, $6,375 per hour for the 8-hour day.
Damn. I feel like J-Hatch should just pay the money and walk away.
They're not going to.
I know they're not going to.
Do you want to know why?
Because they're going to appeal it because they're jacket. We're not at 2 hours. They're jackapples.
Ethan Shapiro, Tampa Bay Times. Because
they think they're right.
They do.
And the thing is this is the case with pretty much all villains.
Mm-hmm. So let me share this part of the screen. Interestingly enough, Ethan Shapiro decided that he wanted to give a statement. And it was this, which I think might be problematic for Mr. Shapiro.
I think Mr. Shapiro should learn, like, just because you have a shovel doesn't mean you got to dig.
Well, and this is the digging. Quote, Ethan Shapiro in the Tampa Bay Times. Any fair and unbiased review of the facts and the law in this case completely vindicates the care provided by the experts at J-Hatch.
That's why you had all the jurors, determining. Dude, it was found Ian, that you committed those
are people at a bus stop. That's it.
It was found that you had committed a bad touching. The judge specifically reminded you that no means no.
Yes.
So,
emphatically.
What vindicates that, sir?
Oh, he goes on. Shapiro said a statement, quote, it's a sad indictment of the judicial process in this case that those facts were concealed and that the law was misrepresented to the jury. Huh. Who is the person who would be concealing the facts in this scenario?
Well, who had something that
well, no. What I mean is it under his hypothetical.
Wouldn't it be whoever's phones fell into a vat of acid?
Under this statement, who was in charge of what information the jury was allowed to see?
Oh, he's throwing the judge under the bus.
He literally implies that Judge Carroll was concealing facts from the jury.
Isn't this the same judge who's now going to be deciding issues like sanctions? And attorney's fees and like, go ahead and kick him in the balls.
And that the law was and
carve your name into his car.
And that the law was misrepresented to the jury. Now, this one, I'm a little bit more.
That sounds more like I'm arguing an appeal issue. Like,
yeah,
okay, fine.
I get that. You can disagree with the law, but the whole thing of the facts were concealed. That's a poor choice of words.
I mean, at least he didn't say like the facts were hidden from this jury as if under a cheap toupee.
Oh my God, Ian. Or under a small tuft of hair towards the front of someone's head.
You know, something like that might have gotten him in some additional trouble.
Why are you talking to the media, Mr. Shapiro? Why are you talking to the media? Why are you specifically saying anything?
Like, why is he doing the verbal equivalent of keying the judge's car right now?
In public. With someone recording him and transcribing what he's saying while keying the car.
Like,
this is gonna, and the thing is, the judgment, when the court entered the judgment, the court did this lovely thing where they put this passage in, and they say, judge says, the court reserves jurisdiction to award attorney's fees and costs, or both, if any, upon timely successful. The court also reserves the ability to
resolve sanctions.
Yep. Currently pending unresolved motions seeking any type of sanction against any party or attorney or both, including any matter in which the court previously awarded entitlement sanctions.
I mean, if I'm Anderson right now, I'm reading that statement to the press. I'm cracking open a bottle of champagne. I'm like, you tell him.
I am just, it is eat your words moment. And this is self-inflicted.
It's like, you tell them. I'm going to sit here and write down zeros that I'm going to ask for.
I'm just going to keep going. He's going to have a running tally. He's going to have a little whiteboard like next to him. He's going to start at 1. He's going to put a 0 next to it, like $10, right? And then as every word comes out, instead of like a check mark, he's going to do a 0.
I would be finding a way to quote this in the sanctions motions.
Oh, I can guarantee you this is showing up the same. There is no way this is not showing up the sanctions motion. It's permissible.
Yeah, I mean, and then he's going to have a very challenging task, because I'm going to say I have struggled with how to phrase this before, and I think the Kowalski's counsel is up to the task, but it is a very difficult task, and that is, how do you express that you want "fuck you" money in court language?
And how can I order it from the attorneys? Give me 1 second.
Yes.
I'll be right back.
So, I mean, the sanction, like the order here, really tells us the stuff that we saw before. So this isn't like news, but it's nice to have it hammered down. The one thing that is sort of definitively news on this one. So previously they had said, hey, I'm ordering the remitter, and it's up to the Kowalskis as to whether or not they want to accept that amount or whether they want to take it to another trial on damages. And the thing is I think we all knew that they wouldn't want to go to another trial on damages. That would be expensive. That would be lengthy. And we're already talking like $200 million. So like, take the W, and they did. Like, I don't think that was a big surprise to anybody.
I think it was the same day filing. They were like,
I suspect it was just like, I need instructions. Do you want $200 million? Yes. Yeah.
And it's one of those things where the 205 million, that 205. So interest accruing on that begins essentially when the judgment's final, and then when the amount is accepted. So that amount being accepted, automatically, statutorily, that interest starts. So $51,000. Today was the first day. Tomorrow will be the first day, weekend day, that J Hatch will have $51,000 in interest accruing on this judgment. So as of Monday, the day when they can first file something, as of Monday, they will have over $100,000 that's owed on interest on this.
Now, I am a petty man sometimes. So what I am thinking is that if I were them, I would subscribe to a service. And that service, their job would be to fax to J Hatch's counsel
the daily amount.
This is how much you owe us in interest now. Like, it's another new day. You now owe another 52,000. Your total is now whatever. And I would just send that as a fax to like every executive fax number I could find. And like an email to like everybody in their corporate directory.
Well, and to answer Deb D's question here, so did Judge Carroll already rule on? No, he did not rule on sanctions yet. This paragraph right here is saying, I haven't ruled on this yet. I am reserving jurisdiction to rule on this. So that little quote in the Tampa Bay Times, loose lips sink ships.
Yeah, I haven't curb stomped you yet, but I am the guy who gets to decide which curb and how hard.
Yeah, and to people asking, weekends do count. When I did that math, that is per day. That is not per work day. That interest accrues per day.
Yeah. You don't stop owing money just because, you're on vacation.
It's a weekend.
Or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's, just like road from beginning of this trial to now. I started covering this trial, and you did too. And we had a fair bit of skepticism about the likelihood of an outcome in one direction or the other, because there's a lot of safeguards statutorily for the hospital system. And
not quite as many as for the police, but
there's a bunch. Yeah. And I was being very neutral in how I covered the arguments being made. And I think I even did it all the way up to the end with the punitive damages. And Ethan Shapiro I felt like he dropped the ball. But the more that the trial went on, the more that it was one set of those attorneys just could not calibrate their case to what the public was perceiving. Like, there was a reality that just was reality, and then there was the reality that side had in their brain that did not match.
And that's the problem. If you get too hidebound by your thinking, like you're too locked in and you can't see what your case looks like from the outside, you run the real risk of ending up arguing something that no one else in the room thinks is reasonable, or sane. And the judgment is, as always, good. It was phrased in a very neutral tone. Do you have the ruling, like the order that came out just before that?
The one that was dismissing?
Yep.
I do. Give me 1 second. I can pull that up.
Because that's where we see the judge. Because the judge throughout the case couldn't really indicate what the judge thought of the case, right?
Well, and I want to caution you here, because even when the judge writes that order, the judge is protecting the jury. It's not really the judge's impression. It's that the jury has found. This was submitted to the jury, and this is now fact. This is how all appellate, like after a judgment's entered. And
the thing is, there's places where he goes beyond simply what the jury had to say.
You mean the no means no?
Yeah, like the no means no. That wasn't a jury finding. That's the court reminding, like, have you seen the Mitchell and Webb skit of "Are We the Baddies"?
No.
You have not seen that skit.
No.
I'm going to send you that skit. You can't pull it up on screen because you will get a copyright strike. But it is, I consider this basically essential things to have watched. I guess you hadn't seen Firefly either, so I shouldn't be
I
super
have
surprised.
seen Firefly.
You hadn't initially, you have now. And I hope soon you will have seen Are We the Baddies? So,
Right, so
I
this
just
is the
sent
order
you a
on which
link to
we're
that
at.
because
I'm going to watch it after we wrap.
yeah. But yeah, basically sometimes you
And-
get into a thing where you should maybe realize that you are the bad guy and they are past that.
And to the questions in the chat that keeps coming up, the interest does accrue on the interest.
Oh,
the thing
how
about
often does it compound?
Well,
is it a
so
daily compound?
No, it's annual.
But
the interest does accrue. The interest keeps adding to the amount that keeps accruing interest. But the reason they put that daily interest amount is that's something that is informed for defendants who are the recipient of judgments, to give them the ability to adequately assess the cost of proceeding. But it's not fun. Yeah, I agree with you. The judge was rather strong in choice of words on this one, and I talked about this with Greg Anderson on Wednesday, which is a great interview. If you haven't checked that out yet, please go check it out. I don't really like to do a lot of self-aggrandizing comments, but I'm very good about getting people to a place where they drop the whole persona and shield. And you got to see a very real side of Greg Anderson that a lot of people haven't seen yet, about how much he put at risk, how he invested in this case, the conflict and the difficulty in his family, and what was transpiring in the background. Please go watch it. It was a good interview.
I mean, that's got to be exceptional because his family's sitting there like, you're putting your house up on this?
So, he put in decades of work to get himself as a plaintiff's attorney to a certain ability. I mean, he was flying from jurisdiction to jurisdiction trying cases.
Yeah.
And when you do that, a lot of people have planes that fly them to and from. Well, he had to say to his family, after getting to that pinnacle, like you get to the pinnacle of plaintiff's litigation, you get there and you're like, family, this is the life we have. And then you have that discussion with your family going, by the way, there's a new case, and everything that we thought we had achieved, we're going to take that and put it over here. So it was a really great conversation. But Judge Carroll, I've never seen an order start like this. Usually it's like this matter came before the court on usually it's something formal. This matter comes before the court on defendant's motion for a directed verdict or judgment notwithstanding the verdict, etc. This just starts off with recitation. Pain more intense than childbirth, pain more intense than kidney stones, pain more intense than amputating one's limb, the worst pain imaginable, the degree and intensity of which most of us cannot comprehend, pain so intolerable that the condition is nicknamed the suicide disease. This is but a small portion of the evidence presented to the jury concerning the pain associated with a condition called complex pain regional. He misplaced the words, but complex regional pain syndrome, CRPS.
I mean, this was not necessary, right? This is the judge is wanting them to realize at long last, you guys are the villains here.
Well, it was this part. It was page 4. Or was it? No, it was the battery. That was the verdict. As it relates to the battery finding for the hugs, kisses, and petting, no means no.
Yeah.
That part.
Like it's
right
clear
there.
The judge is showing his teeth a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, this is not just the judge reciting the findings of the jury, even the strong findings of the jury. This is the judge going, you need to understand, you are the villains of this story. Like, stop it.
Yep. So that was the last development in this case for today. We shall see how J Hatch is going to respond. J Hatch also announced last week they're opening a new location. So all of those statements that were made during closing about how J Hatch will not be able to do anything or yada yada.
So what is it? We're so
Every dollar
cash strapped. Yeah.
Oh, that was hard. That was hard. Thank you, Sandra Haight. Rob, your interview with Greg Anderson was absolutely phenomenal. Really struck the heartstrings in its entirety. Kudos to you. Thank you. That was because I've had the opportunity to communicate with Greg on multiple occasions, and his heart was very much in the right place. So, why don't we get to let's do one that you're going to be bored with, but I think it's kind of funny. You'll still enjoy. And
I'm already
I think
bored.
you were on stream. No, you were on stream when we talked about the original case. So it's one of those where we're going to bring the case to its conclusion. A conclusion that I anticipated, but let's swoop. New swoop or old swoop? New swoop?
New swoop.
Old swoop. New swoop. Sports ball / football.
No.
Don't panic. Don't worry. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Brett Favre, the quarterback, the former quarterback of the Green Bay Packers and then the New Jersey Jets. You will remember this conversation because Brett Favre was alleged to have done some misdeeds with money that was state-granted money for individuals in need. And there were two public figures that made very public statements about Brett Favre, Pat McAfee, who was a former punter, but a very loud voice, boisterous voice in sports media, and Shannon Sharpe. Again, Shannon Sharpe, who has re-entered the news in his interview of Cat Williams, and where Cat Williams goes and lays out his opinion of Hollywood. But that made me think that I hadn't followed back up on the lawsuit. Brett Favre voluntarily dismissed his lawsuit against Pat McAfee, but he kept it going against Shannon Sharpe. And Shannon Sharpe filed a motion to dismiss the defamation lawsuit. And that went forward to adjudication all the way through. So this is an order that was entered at the end of October. And what's wild is this wasn't reported heavily in the media, and I didn't even see it because there was so much else going on. But this brings us to close out that litigation. And the recitation of facts by the court is very interesting. So Brett Favre filed a defamation lawsuit against Shannon Sharpe. You said a bad thing about me. You called me a crook on TV. That was not true. I filed a defamation lawsuit. And what are we going to do? Memorandum, opinion, and order in the case of Brett Lorenzo Favre versus Shannon Sharpe out of the United States District Court for the Southern District of Mississippi, Eastern Division. This is how orders usually start. This cause comes before the court on the motion to dismiss filed by defendant Shannon Sharpe. Plaintiff has responded and defendant has filed a reply. Having reviewed the parties' submissions, the complaint, and the relevant legal authorities, and otherwise being duly advised in the premises, the court finds that the motion is well taken and will be granted for the reasons set forth herein. So you get a little preview. Brett Favre's lawsuit is gone. It is yeeted. The background
into the sun.
It is. And the background is very interesting. This dispute in the case arises from statements made by Shannon Sharpe, an NFL Hall of Fame tight end and co-host of a daily sports debate show called Undisputed, which is no longer airing, I think, about retired NFL Hall of Fame quarterback Brett Favre and his widely reported involvement in a Mississippi welfare fraud scandal. Favre has sued Shannon Sharpe for the defamation over certain statements, and Sharpe moves to dismiss on the basis that the statements Sharpe made are protected from liability on two grounds, and that Favre failed to comply with Mississippi's retraction statute. Before we address the particular arguments, some further background is in order. I like when courts write like this. Very good writing.
Clarity is a thing.
Yep. Welfare fraud scandal. The factual backdrop of this lawsuit is one of the largest public fund fraud scandals in Mississippi history.
And somebody in chat is saying it still airs, but not with Sharpe.
Oh. In or around October 2021, the Mississippi Office of the State Auditor determined, based on an independent forensic audit commissioned by Mississippi Department of Human Services, that more than $77 million in federal temporary assistance for needy families, TAMF, funds had been diverted from their statutory purpose and spent illegally. No.
So is it the usual like H&B spending or?
Oh, no. The welfare scandal has resulted in significant criminal charges. To date, 6 individuals have pled guilty to state and federal felonies. Well, that is starting to undermine Brett Favre's argument, or both related to their involvement in the scandal, including the former executive director of Mississippi Department of Human Services, 4 executives of nonprofit organizations that received and spent welfare funds, and retired professional wrestler.
I have to take you back a bit because there's a question in the chat.
Shoot. Where is
the
it?
Judgment
Hold
interest? I don't know. I can't find it. The judgment interest, is it as of the day of the judgment, or is it as of the incidents that?
It is debatable. So the law is very clear that once the judgment is signed, interest automatically accrues on that, period. End of story. But there apparently is a caveat in the law that says that that judgment can start to accrue when it is finally determined, when it's determined. So when the jury passes down the verdict, that amount, if that amount remains untouched by the judge on remittitor, I think there's an argument that goes retroactive to the date of the jury verdict on those amounts. I'm not positive.
Because
question in law, but it doesn't go back to the incident. It goes back to the whenever the court determines that this is the amount.
Because in Canada, we get prejudgment interest on a lot of things.
And that's what this statute is, but the prejudgment interest is usually pegged to the date that there's an amount that's set. Right? So if it's a credit card, the credit card amount is due and owing. That amount is it is liquidated. It is a $20,000 balance. That's what's
or if your employer doesn't pay you or something like that, where you've got
as of the date they filed, there's an amount that is there, right? So that's the prejudgment interest. Like you knew you owed this specific amount as of that date, and therefore interest goes back to that date. That's different in personal injury claims. Like when is the date that someone knows that the specific amount is due and owing? Arguably, it would be when the jury says this amount is due and owing, because prior to that date, there's really no figure. You have non-economic damages, economic damages, payments, pain and suffering, and punitives, right? All the different categories. So we'll see. I think there's some argument for retroactive application, but it's the earliest date it could start would be the jury verdict.
Yeah, and a lot of circumstances here, you can get it dating back to the date of like the injury.
Yeah. So this welfare scandal has resulted in significant criminal charges. We already did that part. While Favre has never been criminally charged. Oh, wait, hang on. To date, 6 have pled, including former director of Mississippi. Yeah, we did that. While Favre has never been criminally charged, the state of Mississippi's Department of Human Resources or Human Services filed a civil lawsuit against Favre and his company, Favre Enterprises, along with many others seeking to recover the misspent welfare dollars. According to the state's initial complaint filed in May 2022, Favre personally received $1.1 million in TAMF funds for speaking engagements that he never performed. That's a problem. However, Favre has already repaid that money to the state, which they're going to argue is an acknowledgement. When MDHS amended its complaint, it alleged that Favre had not repaid an additional $5 million in TAMP funds, quote, that he orchestrated to be paid to satisfy his personal guarantee to fund construction of a volleyball facility, and that Favre knew these were, quote, grant funds. via alleged discussions with others. In short, MDHS alleged that Favre caused state welfare funds to be diverted from their statutory purpose of serving the needy and instead directed them towards building a volleyball facility for his daughter's college volleyball team.
Just for the people who aren't aware, that is a party foul.
Yeah. A lot of money. TANF goes to people who really need it. Like, really need it. In Virginia, to get TANF assistance, you have to have a desperate need for that assistance. And it goes to pay for milk, formula, diapers. I mean, things that are so imperative to the person's livelihood that they need those funds. We're not talking about a couple thousand or 100,000. We're talking about millions of dollars in these funds diverted from that application towards something else. Now, the fact that states have set up the ability for those funds to be like allocated towards public speaking engagements, one, that's egregious, but that's on the state.
I mean, it's also, we got to assign a little bit of blame to anybody who's willing to take it, because just because the state lets you rip them off doesn't mean you should.
If the state's like, we would like you to speak at this engagement, what's it about? Oh, it's about TANF and how people can apply and they need to apply. Sure. No fee.
And you know what? Fine. Like, if it's something like that, okay, cool. But
also no fee. Like, I'll speak. It's not that hard.
Oh, I mean, I absolutely, like, if it's like, I mean, like, I've done stuff for the Stollery. If they were like, hey, we would love you to do a talk on fundraising for the Stollery, I'd be like, cool. Done. I wouldn't be like, cool, here's my bill.
Yeah, no. If and you know what's funny is, even if the Stollery were to contact me and be like, Rob, we'd really like you to talk about it because I know that you helped Ian. I'm an ancillary party, but even I would be like, yeah, here's an hour of my time. Happy to do it.
Hell, I have nothing to do with TANF. They don't even operate in my area. If TANF was like, hey, come do a talk, I'd be like, okay. Maybe cover my flight if I've got to fly. You know,
and I mean,
that's it.
Poison Elf is saying that where they are, TANF only awards $205 per month per person since the 40s.
Jesus. You can't live on $205.
No. So the welfare scandal and Favre's role in it have generated substantial media attention. It was believed that Favre's involvement in the scandal first broke in February 27th of 2020 in a Mississippi Today article titled "Embattled Welfare Group Paid $5 Million for New USM Volleyball Center." Since then, a number of local and national news organizations have reported on the ongoing developments in the welfare scandal, including specifically Favre's involvement in it. So you see the foundation that the court is laying here. Several people are reporting on it. This is foundation for why someone might have an opinion that they would express. Of particular significance here, on September 13th of 2022, Mississippi Today published a news article discussing a recent filing in the state's lawsuit that revealed numerous text messages relating to the funding of USM volleyball facility between Favre and Nancy New, the former president of a nonprofit which received the distributed TANF funds, and who has since pled guilty to state and federal criminal charges relating to her role in welfare fraud scandal. The newspaper analyzed the recent court filing and concluded that the newly released texts show that Favre and others worked together to channel at least $5 million of the state's welfare funds to build a new volleyball stadium at the University of Southern Mississippi, where Favre's daughter played the sport, and that quote, a separate $1.1 million welfare contract Favre received to promote the program, the subject of many headlines, was simply a way to get more funding to the volleyball project. So the chat is probably filled with opinions right now, and that's what I'm saying. The chat probably already is filled with opinions founded on this knowledge and information. And if you express those opinions publicly based on this knowledge, I don't think you would be expressing something with reckless disregard for the truth of the matter stated. Like, you have an article.
I feel like you can legitimately come to the conclusion that Favre is a douche.
Yeah. Sharpe's remarks. Shannon Sharpe is a retired NFL Hall of Fame tight end who currently co-hosts a daily live show. We did that. The show's podcast, yada, yada. On the episode of Undisputed that aired the day following the article, the host discussed the welfare scandal. The segment opened with the moderator, Jennifer Hale, briefly recapping the article from the day before, stating, yesterday, an investigation by Mississippi Today found that Brett Favre, along with the help of former Mississippi governor, obtained welfare funds to help build a new volleyball center at the University of Southern Mississippi. The host then engaged in a lively discussion about Favre, the scandal, and the civil lawsuit, all of which lasted approximately 11 minutes. 11 minutes of debate. So, February 9th, Favre files the lawsuit. And on March 20th, Sharpe says, nah, diversity, we're going federal. Favre brings this action solely against Sharpe based on the following
diversity
three
jurisdiction.
Statements.
Foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing. Favre brings this based on the following three statements. And now this is important. So I'm going to quote it and I'm going to read it carefully. Statement number one, quote, the problem that I have with this situation, you've got to be a sorry mofo to steal from the lowest of the low, end quote. Number two, quote, Brett Favre is taking from the underserved, end quote. Number three, quote, Favre stole money from people that really needed that money, end quote. Those are the three statements. We've talked about defamation before. Defamation has to be founded not on some vague, ambiguous, someone saying trash about me. You have to actually talk about the actual words being said out loud. These are the words that Favre said were defamatory, which means it has to be a statement of fact, something that can be provable or not provable, not opinion, and it has to actually be untrue. And in the case of a public person, said with a reckless disregard for whether it's true or not. So here's the point. In the motion, Sharpe raises three grounds for dismissal. First, he contends the comments were nothing more than rhetorical hyperbole and figurative expressions about Favre. I can see that. You've got someone who's saying, this ain't right. Sorry, mofo. Steal from the lowest of the low. Stole money from people who needed money. Okay.
And so examples here, it would be defamatory to say that Favre, and this is, I'm using this as an example. This is not true, that Favre has a venereal disease.
Yes.
It would be rhetorical hyperbole to say that Favre is
a dirty
what
MF.
a person would look like if venereal disease was a human being.
God. I am never getting on your bad side, ever. I am never getting on your bad side. Oh, my God. So he's saying it's hyperbole, which is protected speech and can't support a defamation claim. Second, he argues that the complaint fails to state a claim for defamation because the opinions were based on disclosed and publicly reported information and official proceedings. This one, I think this is one that's like, duh, I'm reporting based on news. You can't hold me responsible because I'm reading an article and saying this article makes me feel a certain way about somebody. Finally, he says that Favre fails to comply with the Mississippi retraction statute. This is new. I didn't know that Mississippi had this. So apparently some states have a law in place that says before you bring defamation, you have to request a retraction. And apparently Mississippi has that. But the court doesn't need to get there because the court finds on the first ground that the comments are unactionable and mere rhetorical hyperbole, the court need not address the other two grounds. So they say not actionable. They're not actionable.
So that's it. That's over. That's done.
Yeah. We knew this from the beginning. So in conclusion, based on the foregoing, the court orders that the motion dismissed filed by Shannon Sharpe is granted, the complaint dismissed with prejudice. A separate judgment, it gets entered. So the last paragraph, the context in which Sharpe's remarks were made, including the tenor of the broadcast as a whole, the format of the program and its audience, and the fact that the viewers were told Favre was not charged with a crime, forecloses Favre's claim that a reasonable viewer would have thought Sharpe was actually accusing him of committing, quote, larceny. That was what Favre was saying. Because Sharpe's comments are constitutionally protected rhetorical hyperbole using loose, figurative language, they cannot support a defamation claim as a matter of law. So do not pass go. Do not get to discovery. Do not get to anything. Dismissed and yeeted. Gone. But what was interesting about that opinion is the court said dismissed because it was rhetorical hyperbole. Why did the court then do the recitation of facts that they did of going through all the different other shade and trash and
because it was
stuff?
funny.
It was. And the court was like, do you want me to reach the second point of the argument? I don't have to, but I will.
I love when courts are like, I will throw out your case on one basis, but just for shits and giggles, we'll look at the other basis, which I would also throw your case out on.
Just wild. Let me see. Ian, can you occupy the stream for 2 minutes?
You want to leave me to occupy the stream on the topic of sports ball? Yes, I can. Somebody's asking, am I an Aquarius? Yes. I try not to narrow my birthday down too much. At least I think I'm an Aquarius. I am not super good at like all of that. So defamation is complicated, and I think I know why Rob is leading into this. There's another topic that is coming up that I'm super keen to talk about because I just want to rant about it. Trophy Wife is saying, I love your hair. Thanks. I washed it, I guess. I love this comment here as well. J-Hatch just accrued $630 of interest while Rob talked about sports ball. Damn. Taking out the 2 minutes to talk about when the interest starts discussion.
That's a good comment.
I feel like we could just start marking time and like J-Hatch owes X much more money.
We should. So, we should also, I have to catch up on some super chats because I'm going to get to the end and they're going to have no context. So, Bop, a big puppy nose boop to everyone in the chat. Big puppy nose.
I feel like that one still has context.
It does. Canonical Heat, time keeps on ticking into the future.
And it's expensive if you're J-Hatch.
Oddly enough, Steve Miller Band was my dad's favorite band. We saw them at Wolf Trap once, and my dad was a very stoic man. Didn't really talk a whole lot. Well, it just didn't really express a whole lot. He loved playing sports and having fun, but I've never seen him jam out. We went to the Steve Miller Band concert, and my father gets up out of his chair and starts standing while the band is playing and starts rocking out, just jamming. And the entire, like, there's like a few old guys that stand up. And my dad's one of them. And I've never seen this man do something like this. But Steve Miller Band was his jam. It was one of the favorite moments I can remember. I remember it like it was yesterday. Thank you, Canonical Heat. That brought back a memory that was really cool to experience. Yeah. Canonical Heat, happy early birthday, Runkle.
Thank you so much.
Azam, today, January 20th, marks my 10th year as a teacher. Congratulations. 10 years. Way to go. Keep teaching. You and your students must have so much fun. You're probably the most fun teacher. You're always up to the know. I imagine that you and your kids have a great deal of time and good laughs together. Lindsay, trying to stay cozy tonight in Seattle with a mug of hot chocolate and peppermint schnapps, helped by my Gaming Dino hoodie. Gaming Dino is the best dino. Pampered Shelly, my birthday weekend celebrations with FNF. Happy birthday to Pampered Shelly. Enjoy the weekend. I hope you get some fun. Canonical Heat again, 289 likes. Please like the video. That's Canonical Heat telling me, reminding me, please like the video. The likes do a lot to drive content. It's something that I always forget. I forget all the time. So simple. Little thumbs up button. Just click it. It does a lot to drive people to the channel. Tells YouTube that people are watching. Do it on my channel. Do it on Ian's channel. Thank you. 1,532 watching. Now we've got 2,751. Hit that like button, people. Show the love. Thank you, Canonical Heat. Whiskey 77. Let's be real formal for the Gundies is sleeves. Last year, no, they all had sleeves.
Yeah, no, I think AK, the AK guy was wearing a sleeveless thing.
He might have been, but he was doing
maybe Donut as well.
Yeah, that fits their personas though.
Yeah, I mean they're fun.
Yeah, Elizabeth Chatwood, John Wick tactical suit. Ian, well, if that was a real life thing, that would be awesome. AG freezing rain here knocked out power for a day. Oh no, freezing rain is the worst. Catchery finally catching Rob live and celebrating with a large Red Bull and cake. Red Bull? What do you got to do to be awake? Okay, that's okay.
Red Bull's just delicious.
True. As he's drinking a Red Bull, the man who says
I haven't opened it
yet. He has to be up at like 2:30 in the morning. Nance 70.
Caffeine
Northern Virginia drivers
sleep.
Are awful. They are really bad. Getting to Ian's point, caffeine does calm ADHD brains. It's a weird thing. I experience it. Ian experiences it. It's people who said I can't have a Coke before bed. Doesn't bother me at all. Canonically, be fair, Runkle. What would happen if a tornado hit your town? Ooh, not good.
I mean, do people drive around a lot during a tornado? Is a tornado a difficult driving scenario?
No, I don't think that was drive. I think that was about the snow falling and the plane landing and the snow. I think it's just natural disasters or natural challenges. Yeah. Matt Bond, thank you, my friend. Hello, Spiffy, Legal, Mumbo, Jumbo, Talkie Brother from Another Mother, and manager of Spiffy, Legal, Mumbo, Jumbo, Talkie Brother from Another Mother's, Mischief. Matt.
And what am I, chopped liver?
It is very hard to say that out loud. I have to take a deep breath before and patiently walk through. Oh, there's no. Oh, nope. You're not chopped liver. Here you go. Hello, my spiffy, legal, mumbo, jumbo, talkie Canadian brother from Another Mother.
There we go.
Or it's spiffy, legal, mumbo, jumbo, talkie chopped liver. Or get your own.
Because I put that into the chat when he said that one in.
Matt, always bringing the laughs. Thanks, Matt. Love seeing you here, buddy. Elise, Charlene, Fine Art. Hey, Rob and Ian, thanks for the shout out. I would like to paint a portrait of Leo for you as a thank you. I would be delighted. That would be wonderful. Elise, Charlene, Fine Art has a YouTube channel. I love creators that show what they're doing online. It's one of the coolest things in the world. Torin 3, whose pen is going out to him tomorrow in the post office, as well as like 8 others, creates amazing stuff. Correct. And mine is back there. Y'all, artists that are willing to put their art on the channel, they are expressing a part of themselves. They are putting themselves out there. Please go and support them. At least Charlene Fine Art created a channel. Please go support the channel. Let me see if I can't actually. Let me see. You Tubinus, Elise, Charlene. There we go. Elise, Charlene Fine Art. All right, Elise, here we go. Elise has 109 subscribers. And she's putting out work of her sketching and drawing. Wow, that's really amazing work. Wow. Okay, go check out the channel. Let's do this. Post it. Mods can repost if they so inclined. Yeah, go check out the channel, please, guys. I like seeing people create, and I want to encourage that however I can. Mary Coppola, there's a suspicion of a satanic cult that may have done the murders. Allegedly, some of the LEO are members of. Interesting.
If you
I'll
think
take-
it's a satanic cult, I can tell you right now, it's not a satanic cult. It's never a satanic cult.
Might not be. Megan Brogdon, if you cover Delphi, you need to have Bob Ruff from Truth and Justice. Oh my God, best crossover ever. He knows it backwards. I will keep that in mind. Peggy Reardon, Rob's super chat denied request for judge removal. Rob's South Carolina, the Supreme Court in Indiana denied the request for judge removal. They might get there. The judge might recuse themselves. If they're smart, they will, because I think they've set up an appellate issue if they don't. AG, work is picking up again. I already have a couple of wild stories. Good gods, lawyers go at each other. Yes, they do. Tell us your wildest depot stories, you too. Oh, I have a depot trick. I don't know if I've told you before. My depot trick, non-video recorded deposition, is when opposing counsel starts going after my client and we get to a subject matter that's really, really tricky. And opposing counsel, my client's being evasive.
So when your client's being a client.
Yeah. I will sometimes say, counsel, there's no need to raise your voice. So the court reporter transcribes it. It's not really fair.
Yeah, I could tell you what I would do if you pulled that one on me.
Tell me. I want to hear it.
I'd ask the court reporter.
Yep. And that's the thing. It's
court reporter. Could you read back could you comment as to my volume?
As to my volume. Yep. Get a neutral person. Oh yeah. That's a good
and
move.
if you pulled that repeatedly, I'd be like, we are going to record a depos.
Yep. It's one of those things. It's a trick that I learned from and what it is you do it when there's a very unique circumstance where you do it. And it's when the person is being particularly nasty, but they're doing it in the very, very gentlemanly or kind spoken, like, I'm saying something very, very, very offensive, and they're saying the words because they know what the words they're saying they're going to be transcribed, but they're saying it so gently that the client doesn't react. Because there's a way of asking those questions where it's like, and you would agree that on that day you were being particularly unreasonable, right? But if you say it calmly enough, they don't see what you've asked. So there's a lot of gamesmanship in depots.
Oh, I saw a transcript. You would be so pissed. Tell me what you would do if this was the question asked of your client. So the transcript was, and you'd agree that on this day you were menstruating, right?
Fuck off. I'm sorry. Are you kidding me? That was in a transcript?
Yeah. Not a depot. Like a
live court proceeding?
Yeah, prelim.
What?
The next words in the transcript are, I'm going to ask the witness to step out of the courtroom for a moment.
Uh-huh. The next words, if that was a depot, what would the next words in the transcript be if you were on the other side?
We are terminating this and we're leaving.
Yeah.
The judge asked the witness to leave. There was no jury there because it was a prelim. Judge asked the witness to leave and ripped into the lawyer for something like 8 pages of transcript.
Well deserved.
Yeah, it was just like, holy shit.
Like there's litigation tactics that lawyers will use, and we all see it amongst each other. Like if Ian and I were on opposite sides of the aisle, we'd probably play some sleight of hand, a little bit back and forth, a little bit of snark. There would probably be some emails exchanged that would, it'd be funny.
I mean, if I can with counsel, I try to just be like,
oh, I do too.
We're friendly. Like, we understand that we have a file here, but like, do we have to play stupid games? Do we have, like, I can play silly games if we got to play silly games, but we don't have to do that. And when you've got an opposing counsel that's willing to play ball with that, and that's beautiful, where you could just be like, oh, right, let's just be friendly on this one.
Well, I don't know if I ever told the story of how I got brought into my current law firm. So the managing partner, John Whitbeck, he and I were on opposite sides of a trial. Really nasty facts, very nasty facts, and lots of mudslinging between the parties. And he and I developed in our first introduction. So he is notoriously a pain in the ass lawyer to work with. He's a dog. I don't litigate that way. I'm a different style. But when he came at me like that prior to the hearing, I said, John, I know what you're going to say. I know your argument. I don't fault you for making it, but I'm not my client. We can talk outside of this courtroom. I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to argue. And I know that you're going to do it. I'm going to argue the opposite. You know that. I know that. Let's be civil. And we established a civil relationship outside of trial. We then get pushed into trial by our clients and we go at each other like harsh. We walk out of trial and we're back to talking about, so your daughter's going to college. And it was one of those things where he approached me and he was like, we need that.
One of my favorite things ever was me and this one Crown prosecutor. We have a great relationship. I had a client who was very much unable to understand the notion that you can have a good relationship with the prosecutor. And so he wanted to see fireworks. He wanted to see fighting. And so I'm like, I go in and I talk to the Crown and I'm like, you've got some problems with your case. And he's like, I'm not seeing it, but like, he's like, you're not the kind of guy who makes shit up. So tell me. And I was like, you got here and here. And he's like, I didn't see that. So he's like, well, your client pleaded to simple possession. My client was originally charged with drug trafficking. And it was, will your client plead to simple possession of the drugs? Like just having drugs. And I can tell you the difference on that is simple possession gets you a small fine. Drug trafficking gets you several years in jail. So it was a big deal for the client. And I'm like, here's the thing. If I walk out to my client and we're all smiling and I tell him I can get you simple possession, he's going to say, let's run the trial.
I love this story.
Because I bet that we can get nothing. I said, it's a great deal, but I need you to walk out and call me an asshole and tell me I'm,
Yep.
And tell me I'm a bastard and all of this. He's like, really? I'm like, absolutely. You open the door, you say, you fucking asshole. Like, I can't believe you're doing this to me. I don't want to see you again. Like, don't call.
Yep.
Like, and so he does. And he walks out and he's, and I said, listen, I got him. He's willing to do a deal on this. And the client's like, yes, which is the correct answer, right? The client, if the client had been like, I want to run this to a trial, would have absolutely curb stomped himself. Yeah. So it's just like, yeah. And I had another one that springs to mind. Me and this Crown, we've been good friends since forever on this other file. And I get a good resolution because the Crown's like, your guy's not the worst guy on the planet. I'll cut him a break. Like, we'll just move on from there. And so my client sees me afterwards, after we did this deal, and we're in the cafeteria and I'm just chatting with the Crown. I'm eating like some, crappy chicken strips or whatever. Just we're having a chat. And the client later calls me and he's like, so I didn't know you and this Crown were buddies. Maybe you sold me down the river. And it's like, how do you think you get the good deal? Do you think you get the good deal because the prosecutor hates me and really wants to take me to the, to the mat? No. We get the good deal because the prosecutor's like, he's willing to be reasonable with me. So, yeah.
Well, yeah. And I learned this story from an attorney that when I was younger, the attorney sent me an email that was a nasty email, lots of rhetoric, lots of back and forth, very clearly the client's narrative. And I get this email and I'm furious. And I'm going, I have to forward this to my client. And I get my phone call. The phone call comes from the other attorney. And he picks up the phone and he goes, so just sent you an email. Don't read it yet. Hang on. And it's one of those things like that was very largely because my client's very upset. You know that I'm going to relay that position at trial, but I know you know that. If you want to forward that to your client, if you feel it's your ethical responsibility, then do it. But call the client first and listen to what I'm talking to you about. There's a middle ground here, and the middle ground is in between these two positions. They're very upset about this, but they're not that upset about that. I think your client's very upset about that, but not very upset about this. So it was the email followed by the phone call. And I have embraced that practice as being one of the most effective ways to litigate, because you are advocating for your client. You are saying what they need to be said and their voice being heard. But then you're also dealing with counsel on the other side and trying to keep tempers not to the point where people are making decisions emotionally rather than logically.
Yeah. And I mean, there's also a time and a place, I hate to say it, for winding people up.
Oh yeah.
Usually that's not opposing counsel. Usually that's a witness.
Yeah.
And I've had witnesses who just got completely, they get mad and they say things that they didn't mean to say. And yeah.
Continuing the catch up. Heartscapes, thank you for the super chat. Lori Webster, thank you for the super chat. LJ Peach, Uncivil covered the arguments before the Indiana Supreme Court. Please go check that out. They were really interesting to watch. Please go watch that. Heartscapes, may I just say how much I love the friendship between the two of you? Me too. Makes me happy. Here with a mug of Petit Verdot. Petit Verdot is one of my favorite vintages of wine. Favorite. Next to the Cab Franc, it's one of my favorite wines. Thank you.
We may have to find a wine bar in Vegas. Do you think Vegas has a wine bar somewhere?
I know for a fact they do. Canonical Heat, and thanks for the tip, guys, on Unique Garlic. Utterly delicious. Yes,
it is.
Amazing. It's
one of my faves. One of my favorites.
Amazing hot sauce. It is hot. It is very hot, but so much flavor. I'm always a little worried when Ed Curry just has chili peppers on the label. It's hot, but it's good. Tess Heard, got you playing on the TV while I'm working on some calligraphy. Love listening to the two of you talk about all the law things. Thank you, Tess. Arla7247, Leo needs a special chew toy or a clean, stinky bone. That's only for the car. Good idea. Make him want to go in the car. I like this idea. Very good. It has only the smells of the car. I like this. Good idea.
And the other thing is treats.
Yeah. I'm good about that.
If there's always a treat in the car, it's like, okay. Yeah.
I'm pretty good about that. Michelle Maynard, who pays the lawyer fees in the Maya case? Right now, the parties pay their own fees unless the judge orders otherwise. Piece of the puzzle. Enjoy the puppydom, Rob. I got my Dalmatian as a senior, 14 years old next month. He's now taking a monthly shot for spinal decompression and arthritis.
Ooh,
that's hard. It's a long life for a Dalmatian. Long, good life, I imagine. Cindy Collins, happy 5 months. Happy 5 months. Thanks for being a member. Piece of the puzzle. Also, it's cute seeing Leo attempt to enforce his own laws, as his name suggests. Yeah, it wasn't law enforcement officers, but when the kids settled on Leo, I was like, oh, this is going to be tough. I got to explain it's not law enforcement officer every time. Ryan Man, YYC, aren't lawyers ethically supposed to refrain from impugning judicial process? They are, which is why I think the judge might have words. M169, that figure should be sent to the BOD daily. I think it might be. Who knows? 70, 1208, thoughts in juror who caused mistrial on purpose. I know Alita covered that case. Pretty wild. They got jailed for 179 days or something like that. It's pretty bad to cause a mistrial on purpose. That's pretty egregious. Really, really bad conduct.
Off you go.
Yep. Angela Whitaker saw Leo's picks. Also have a new paw nerd, Mr. Gibbs. Oh my gosh. Mischief's going to be obsessed with that because she's obsessed with NCIS. Mr. Gibbs in the pick. Oh, cute pupper. Blue Merle Sheltie. He's my daughter's dog. All the chew toys. He's in need of representation. Representation granted. Pro bono, no problem. Ms. Gibbs, you have an attorney. You have two. Whiskey 77. You know there are a lot of new people who need Wood Daddy Stacks explained. You're welcome. Nope. There is a whole summary video out on YouTube. Type in Wood Daddy Stacks, and there's a video that plays it. Nancy D. Rob, I stayed awake till the ends. It was great. Thank you for all you do. That was with regard to Anderson. Thank you very much, Nancy. Crazy Cat Queen. Brett's just salty because Shannon Sharpe was with Denver when they won the Super Bowl against Green Bay when Favre was the Packers QB. Possible. I don't know. Andrea Oliver sending love to you all from Newfoundland. Nancy 77, thank you for the gifted memberships. Ryan Man YYC, get one of those YouTube subscribers tickers, but configure to show money of interest accrued. Oh, that is good. Interest accrued on judgment, just like have it ticking in the background of every stream I ever do covering that's good.
You should just have it on every stream of everything.
That's a good idea. Until that case is resolved to its completion.
You should get a hat with an LED display on it, just so you can have it ticking up with the numbers.
That's a funny idea. That's really funny. Nicole has ADHD. I'm speaking to parents about advocating for their spicy kids next week. I'd love to hear your definitions of advocacy when it comes to neurodivergent children. Ian, you go first. I have to take a sip.
So, as an example, at one point, I had a teacher who got very upset that I would wear my jacket. And so she ended up calling my house to talk to my mom and was like, hey, he can't wear his jacket in my class. And she was like, you don't get to say what he wears. And just being in my corner was important, right? Because when you're a strongly attention deficit kid, you're going to spend a lot of time with teachers breathing down your neck and giving you shit. Having somebody who can be on your side is tremendous.
One of the other things is teachers who demand eyes up and focus. I don't like that. And telling them and educating the teachers, you're looking at a classroom of children, and when you say eyes up on me, and when one child keeps their head down or is drawing or is fidgeting, you need to learn your students, because if you take that child away from that task, you're doing harm to them. You're not actually helping them. You're hurting them, because in that task, they are occupying a certain part of their brain while actively listening to you. It's a very important thing for teachers to learn how different students act, behave, learn. The other thing is, I love advocacy that involves telling teachers to implore different methods. Some teachers are like, I use a chalkboard. Great, that works for some. Or a whiteboard, whatever you want to call it. But some students can't learn just by seeing numbers on a page or a screen, especially if they have any issues with dyslexia or something like that. Teaching teachers to change their style. Just because you've been doing it for 20 years doesn't mean it's the right way. Move around the classroom. One of the most effective ways of giving a closing argument is for the attorney that's giving the closing to move around. Because what you do is you're now engaging a different part of the person's brain. Now they're tracking you and they're watching movement and not just listening to words. Combine different stimuli in how you're teaching. And I know that teachers are doing their best, but sometimes your best just needs to learn a new adapter. We adapt to people every day. So it's important for teachers to learn to continue to adapt to the students they're teaching. But yeah, that fidget one is a big one. Let kids use the fidgets.
The other one is teachers make this mistake all the time. They're like, as you say, they say like, look at me, watch me. And what you end up doing is you get a kid who's focused on one thing, which is looking like they're paying attention to you. Now, you need to be aware that's a different task than actually paying attention to you. I have had moments where I'm sitting in a class and I'm doing something else entirely, including like playing a video game, because I needed to, that's what I needed to do to learn in the class. Whereas if it's like I've got to look like I'm paying attention, then sometimes that's all I can do. And so I look like I'm paying attention and I walk out and I have no idea what the hell just happened.
Mm-hmm.
So,
a good trick just came to mind when you were talking about that on the paying attention and looking like it, on the teacher moving back and forth. Ian, I can hear something.
What?
Oh, no, that's me. On the looking like you're paying attention, but not. So I mentioned the moving around thing. If you ever want to know which kids in your classroom respond to that, observe the kids when you're walking back and forth. And then what I want you to do is play an experiment where you basically say, and then the level went to here. Now, watch the kids, not just whose eyes look at your hand, but whose heads move up. When their heads move up, when you raise your hand like that and their heads move up, that's a child who's very kinetically engaged. They're learning very much in that moment. So that child needs to see you moving. Take them, move with them, use that as a method of your teaching. But that little gesture of something that you're saying out loud and then emphasizing it with a body movement and watching how their bodies respond, not just their eyes, really big teller. I'm that way. If I'm watching someone that's giving a lecture and they do that type of thing, I'm tracking them. And then when they raise their body, my body will naturally raise in response. So I know that from my own learning that's a very effective way of teaching. That was a fun side. I like that. Finally, Free, we need a picture of Donut, Rob, and Runkle. Oh, we're going to get lots of pics. Lots of pics of everybody.
I'm always bad at getting pics. You need to make sure I get more pics of people I meet. Because
I will. Joy WRN, should Ian wear a Canadian tuxedo to the Gundies?
Do you know what that is?
Does it involve?
It involves denim.
Oh, yep. No, Ian's going to wear something better.
I'm going to wear a suit. I've got a new suit that so I ordered a suit, and it was being like custom made. I was splurging a bit on a suit. It came last week, and I was like, you have perfect freaking timing. So, yeah.
V-Rod Cruiser, thank you for the gift of memberships. Gwendolyn SS, my youngest ADHD refuses to ingest any caffeine. That is also something. Canonical Heat, true that. I drink caffeine to calm down. Give me a pot of coffee. I want to go to sleep. You're not alone. Book Dragon KSC, Rob, as a Delphi resident and a mama, I really want you covering this. I know you'll treat the situation with compassion it needs. Few people have. Book Dragon, that comment means a lot to me. So based on that comment alone, I'm going to look more into it because I know these cases are kind of tough. Jonathan Duger, my 5-year-old has the flu and I probably do too. Also, I still have to work. Yay me, #night shift. Oh, Jonathan, my sympathies, my friend. The flu this year has been something fierce. Hopefully you guys get over it swiftly. Robert McNamara, so glad to finally catch you live. Thank you for being here. Chris and M96, did the bots ever finalize their union? No, they're still negotiating. Nicholas is working on it with them. Brenna, 1.20, my 120, my birthday. I'm in Masters for Healthcare Administration. Brenna, happy birthday to you tomorrow. Happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful birthday and may it be the best year yet. Brenna, I was an advocate for change before it was cool. Thank you.
It's cool, but it's never paid well.
Melissa Ritchie, raise a glass for my 15-year-old dog, who we just had to put to sleep, was my support animal. Cheers to the best doggo that joins all the other good friends and doggos that are up in heaven, chasing and running amok. Pets are the best. I'm not as eloquent in that, but they really are amazing. K-Rab, two great Wood Daddy stacks search. Sam, the chaotic journey of Wood Daddy stack. Oh, we're giving lessons now. Two great searches. Sam, the chaotic journey of the hashtag Wood Daddy stack, and quote, law nerd clips of the chat knows. Get ready to laugh. That was one of the funniest nights I can remember having. AG teacher ridiculous. Made a show of not putting homework up on the board until the end of class to get me to stop doing homework in class. Wish mom would have stood up for me. It's tough. It's tough. Yeah. It's tough to be a teacher. It's tough to be a parent. Alicia Ellie, thank you for becoming a member. Mama Wolf, I truly appreciate how open you all are about being neurodivergent. Why wouldn't I be? It's superpower. As mother of 4 daughters with ASD, go ahead.
I remember the career counselor at my school was like, you need to not tell anybody. And I was like, or I need to tell everybody, because every firm that would bounce me for being neurodivergent is a firm I don't want to work at. And if it's ever cost me a job, good, because I didn't want to be there. So, yeah, I feel like everything my career counselor told me to do, I did the opposite, and it's worked out okay.
The level of, and I've told you this before, when Emily rated Friday Night Frenzy, was it last week or 2 weeks ago?
A couple weeks ago, I think.
When we went on that massive tangents, and it was the blind leading the blind through innavigable waters. Yeah, that rings a bell too. The lovely weapon you have out there. I sent you a text afterwards and I said, these are my favorite streams ever. I know they go long, but the number of people who reach out to me afterwards and said, I am ADHD, or my children are ADHD, and thank you for normalizing it and for showing us all that you can be effective attorneys. I mean, we're attorneys. Not that that's a big thing, but you can be a doctor, you can be an attorney, you can be a lawyer, you can be an engineer, you can be anything you want to be. It doesn't hold you back. Just got to embrace it. Got to know what you have. Got to learn how to navigate your brain. I love these streams when we talk about this stuff. But going on to Mama Wolf, as the mother of 4 daughters with ASD, 2 with ADHD as well, I teach them that they can do whatever they want in life. Abso-freaking-lutely. Could not agree more.
Yep.
Koru, now I understand whole body learning for ADHD. Yep. A lot of tricks. Lindsay, I used to read fiction books nearly all the way through every class. Drove my teachers nuts because every time they called on me to try and make an example, I was still able to answer whichever question they asked. And that's the point. Right.
I was actually better at answering the questions when I had a book to read than when they just told me to sit and pay attention.
For me, it was something kinetic. I had to move. I had to have like my hands doing something, or I had to, if I'm walking and talking, my brain is working so much better. But yeah, learn the intricacies of how you learn. And for parents out there, learn the intricacies of how your children learn. And use that to teach them the lessons in the moments when they're most apt to receive them. Whether it's reading, doing something, or whether it's their hyper-focused moments, or whether it's the moments in the morning when they're attentive, or
and when Rob says teach them a lesson, he means educate them, not like get revenge.
Educate. Yeah, no revenge, just educate. Just Sarah, please also educate about masking, especially in older students. It's exhausting, which detracts from learning and can be damaging long-term. That's what Ian was kind of referring to earlier. It's an adapter that is utilized where they put on a persona of the student that is learning, but the effort that it takes them to put that persona on completely engages their brain, and they can no longer actually learn in that moment.
Yeah.
So yes, very good lesson.
It also just happens with social situations. And the thing that's kind of hard to explain to people often, like, my whole ability to relate to people is a lot of effort. Like, you put in effort to seem like a human being. And that sounds weird to people because they don't really get, like, my ADHD is off the charts. It's nuts. And so I've had to learn how to, like, just the little bits and pieces that go into a conversation that seem to be natural to everyone else. I've had to learn how to do that kind of manually. It's like if you get into a car and the car doesn't just, you're used to your car, but I'm sitting there and I have to be like, push every time I want the engine to cycle. It's a lot harder to pay attention to things like, are you going to hit that tree if you have to do all those things? So, there's situations where it's just, and the other thing is that you'll get situations where that breaks down. Like somebody is just too tired or too anything to keep that up. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, tired Runkle is a thing, partially because I stopped being able to manage all of those things, and I can only manage some of them.
And
so
what's cool is the chat has seen me jump in. The chat has seen that. Like, that's what's really neat about these streams. The chat has seen you, and I have too, when you have reached that point. And like, because I know you, and because I know how your brain functions, because mine functions similar but different, I know. And when I cut Ian off, by the way, it's not to him. I'm never cutting him off.
I'm not like, I'm never like, hey, oh my God, what the hell, right? It's just like, all right, topic shift, right?
Yep, because he's navigating into the here-onder. And when he gets tired, that happens almost instantly. It's like the ability to maintain one train, like, goes from 5 minutes to about 30 seconds. And then it's watching him navigate and being like, I need to be his awake brain and be like, come back.
Come back. Where are you going?
Yeah. SF in Texas. Rob, I wish my son's teachers let my son draw. He has dyslexia and reading learning disability. Drawing was his way to deal with that. His teachers hated it, accusing him of not listening. That is what I was talking about for advocacy part. That is a part where yeah.
One thing I will say as well is we're in a different world than I grew up in. Because when I grew up, if it was like, oh, he's got attention deficit, they'd be like, oh, tough shit was kind of the, it sounds like he's got to stop being lazy was basically, that was my experience through like elementary school. And then high school rolls up and things are changing a little bit in terms of the climate. So, things were basically just, it was getting to a point where people, like, when you say, hey, I've got a disability, they'd go, oh, how can we accommodate this? So I was able, for instance, to have a laptop in high school to deal with my dysgraphia. And so all of this becomes important for how you deal with these things, because it's, parents will often run up against that initial wall where you're like, my kid needs X. And they say, tough. And now we're in a world where you can be, at least in sort of North America, where you can say, here's his documented disability. You bend. And that is, That's a powerful place to be. You won't make any friends with administrators if you come in and you're like, hey, so this is a like Americans with Disabilities Act issue. But you'll often get people to jump. Like it's so and sometimes you've got to do it, right?
And well, that's the interesting thing too, because so your dysgraphia with the needing a computer, I completely understand that on the reverse side. Being the kinetic learner, people
you needed to not have a computer.
It was people wonder about the pens. I needed to physically be doing something. So with a pen, like even with client meetings, I will sit and I will have a pen. I've talked about this before. I have a pen like crooked in between my fingers while I talk, just like that, like just it's there. And I went to I used notepads just to take notes emphatically. It's not the notes. I might be writing something completely different than what I'm listening to, but it's the physical act of moving my hand. That's why they're remarkable too. That little tablet I use, I love it. All of the people that work with me are like, why don't you type your notes? I can't. I need to be scribbling.
Like, I got to do the other, I got to do it the other way.
Yeah. So learning needs to reorient itself. How we teach people needs to reorient itself.
So I got to bring this one up. It's Ian, I swear we share a brain. I have dysgraphia. Do you also struggle with left and right? I don't. Yep. But the interesting thing is my wife does. So she'll describe, she has a hard time parsing out left or right sometimes. And so what she'll do is she'll say, we're coming up on a turn. You need to turn Ianward. And, if I'm driving, it's like, okay, cool. Ianward is left. It's just a fun little quirk. Hopefully she doesn't get annoyed at me for mentioning it, but, it's just one of those things.
Well, I like the your side, my side. Like,
yep.
Which way do I have to go? Your side.
Yep.
Got it.
For some reason, left and right just doesn't happen, that way.
Yep. Brissy girl, have fun in Vegas, gents. Ian, good luck. Thank you. Amy, Jojo, I'm incredibly blessed that my 4th grade ADHD son's teacher has actually commented that she loves to watch him think and make connections.
Yes.
More. Yes. I love that.
I have a thing that I sometimes have to do where I'll stop talking about something for a second and then I'll start talking again. And people will be like, what? And I'm like, hold on. So here's our start point. Boop to boop to boop to here's where our end point. It jumps on these 5 different tangents. And I didn't tell you any of them because I was doing those in my head. And here we are now. They're like, okay, cool. Now we're up to speed.
Oh, and that was actually, I misread that last super chat. It was AU ADHD, which is different than just attention. That is spectrum hyperactivity.
Autism.
Yeah.
There's a lot of overlap.
A lot in the behavior mannerisms. Midnight L 2008. I teach 1st grade. As long as I know my students are learning, I don't care what they're looking, where they're looking. My admin doesn't love this when they observe me, but I don't care because my students need. Yes. And people admin needs to change. They need to stop grading people based on just, yeah. Happy Annie. Thank you, Rob, for your heartfelt coverage. Thank you, Happy Annie. Nicole has ADHD. Those streams are why I decided to start a channel. Nicole has ADHD, has a channel. Go check it out.
Check it out.
Go check it out. Nicole has ADHD. I imagine that's the channel name. Go check it out, please. Yes. Megan Brogdon, AUHD here. In advocating for neurospicy kids, talk about masking. And just because kids are well behaved at school doesn't mean they aren't badly impacted by being at school. School is hell for us. Yes.
Yep.
Every kid learns differently. Yes. Give the attention.
The other thing that you'll sometimes get with autistic kids is they might be the dream student. because they sit there and they do nothing other than staring forward because they're in their own little world and they're, whatever. And it can hide trauma as well. Like this kid could be truly upset and without a good way to express it. So.
Yep. Chelsea, listening to the ADHD streams has helped me put words to things I experience daily that I could not explain. That is also a benefit of it, is talking to other people who experience those similar behavioral traits. JR, I was talking about my attention deficit because I was treated so poorly in school. Quote, lazy, not worth teaching. So I refuse to be quiet and have the next generation to go through that. Yep. Good for you. Keep talking. Christina Caro, neurodivergent ASD therapist here. I tell my neurodivergent clients about all of you when they feel discouraged about career options. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences.
I feel like there's a lot of neurospicy people in
There's
law.
a lot of people. There's a lot of people.
And it's not always easy to get there.
No, it sucks. It's terrible. It's hell.
But yeah.
It's just it's cool that just being yourself and hanging out and talking about it can impact other people.
Absolutely.
So I'll take that any fucking day.
One of the things that was profound for me was reading some of the books about attention deficit when I sort of got a diagnosis, and I was like, holy crap, all of these things that I thought were just like personal me failings are traits. And there's like other people who've dealt with this and ways to, so yeah.
It's really cool. Christina, thank you for the comment and sharing that.
Yep.
Roxy Carson, have you all ever been mid-sentence and could not remember anything we were just talking about?
That happened to me about 2 minutes ago.
I plead the fifth. Not just the sentence, but the whole subject. I plead the fifth.
Like 2 minutes ago.
Someday, y'all are going to ask Mischief. Is there ever a moment of conversation where Rob just like, you see like a brain shutdown and she'll be like, oh yeah, all the time. It's like middle conversation, just brain just goes, you're like, where are you?
There's like a blue screen and then a reboot.
Yeah, exactly. John Scott used to read sports articles and post comments in sports blogs during law school classes. I got put on call and crushed every question. Yeah. Students next to me asked how I did it. Was normal in my mind. Yep. Nanner, my kid doesn't leave the house without Sketchpad. God, I love this. Mama Wolf, spending so many years advocating for my girls has led me back to school, working towards a social work degree. Yes. I want to become an advocate and help other parents. Yes.
Love it.
Nicholas, mom, turn left here. Dad, okay, mom. No, the other lesson. Yep. Annalise M. Cologne, the dysgraphia. I would get frustrated that my son took hours to write homework because I'm like, Rob, thankfully, it did occur to me to have him type, and he was super fast. School worked with me. That is such a cool story. That is awesome. And like I said, just be open to that. Just because, Runkle, I call the jumping through tangents thinking in a spiral rather than thinking in a linear fashion. College professor thought similarly. Very cool. I mean, you guys have seen me draw the maps. Like, you see me draw the ADHD maps of how we get to where we get. Nancy, 70. My kids were born in the 80s and both had ADHD. I truly believe you have to advocate hard for your kids. You do. I can't tell you how often I was at school in meetings. It was hard and it was worth it. Yes, you do. Parents, you do. It sucks. The system is not set up to handle that. You have to advocate for your kids. Tammy F., I relate to so much of this, but is it worth me getting tested for ADHD? That's up to you entirely. It's up to you. If you're ever curious and you want to do it, then do it. But even if you're not ADHD and learning something from this, little tricks, tips, things about your brain, use those too. That's fine. Serenity Sparkle Farts. Rob, what tablet do you use? I use the Remarkable 2. It was an expense that was it took another attorney who had showed me that they use it during a trial, and they showed me how they used it, and I was like, I'll give it a try. And I thought I was going to give it a try and I would reject it like so many other things I try to use as little coping mechanisms. But this thing, I carry it with me everywhere. It is my different pages, notebooks, sections for different things. I love it. I love it. Baby Steps 22. It's not just a neuro difference. My daughter's adopted from an orphanage as a baby. She was dealing with trauma. Did well, but was trauma for her. Yes, past trauma can lead to conditions that we experience behaviorally that need special attention, very different attention. It happens all over the place. Chris Bowman, neurotypical mom in a neurospicy house, dad and 3 kiddos. Your streams help me understand my family and have better relationships with them. That's another one of those comments that hits really close to home and means a whole lot to me hearing. Thank you. SEN Advocate, thank you for becoming a member. Elizabeth Love, a judge came to give a talk to my complex litigation class. I came up after and said, I know you saw me drawing. I have ADHD, and that's the only way I'll pay attention to you. He said, you'll fit in with the trial lawyers. Oh, yeah. I'm convinced that there's a certain aspect of litigation where you need to be able to hear and process 50 different things at one time.
You got to get your dumb client to stop shouting in your ear, because I've had clients who just won't stop talking to you during the trial, and you're like, and you have to simultaneously hear what your client is telling you and what the and what the examination of the other side is. And it's like,
and then also where you're going with your line of questioning, witnesses you have next, the judge's rulings, all these things are, when we call it 4D chess, it's 4D chess. So having the ability to process your brain on all these different levels, it's a superpower. So I'm not surprised that trial lawyers are like this.
There's superpower elements, and there's also just like, sometimes it's like a superpower to crash into a wall faster.
Yeah, sometimes. But that's a really cool. Thank you, Elizabeth, for sharing that. That's very cool. Pampered Shelley, 50 plus, and y'all help me see why I act this way. It is helping me as an autistic grandson start school. My grands all thrive in school because the district teaches to their disabilities. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. E911 dispatch. So X, I guess, former 911 dispatch. Best job I ever happened to me with ADHD. 400 things at once. Cool. Yep.
Like, I got this.
Have you heard have you ever heard Emily talk about when she was managing the snack bar at the football stadium for her son? Like, hang on. This is my forte. I got this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Julia 543, ADHD diagnosis, third generation, but neuropsych eval next month. Or third grade, but neuropsych eval next month. Best of luck. Best of luck. Hopefully that goes well. Carl L, ADHD. I was lucky. My mother had the first resource room in the US and wrote the first IEP. That's a hell of a story. Carl, can you email me? lawandlumber@gmail.com. I'd be very curious to hear that about writing the first IEP, individualized education plan. Tess Heard, I swear I have ADHD, but doctor says no. That's fine. That it doesn't mean, look, learn how your brain thinks and then adapt. Amy T. Runkle, thank you so much for discussing dysgraphia. I was placed in learning disabled class for writing at one school, 3 years and an IQ test later, and was told top 3 in my class. Never knew what it was. That's gotta hit home. K-Rab. My son is ASD, ADHD, diagnosed at 4 with motor dysgraphia. Wow. I've been through the system with my daughter, started with keyboard in first grade. Some middle schoolers fought me, but I got his needs met. You have to advocate for your child because no one else will. You wish that last sentence wasn't as true as it is, but you know your kids better than anybody else does. It's one of the reasons why I push so hard when people say teachers know best, teachers know best. Teachers do amazing things. They really do. They do amazing things, but teachers haven't seen every single child. You know your child. So help introduce them to your child and how they learn, and push and force them to learn. We all learn as adults. Pop it. I do know that my brain doesn't work the same as other people. I've never been tested, so I don't know what it is, but you all make me feel okay with that. And that's another really good point. Everyone should be okay with where they are. Damn it. Oh, this is such great chat. I love this chat. Y'all are amazing. Amazing. Every one of you, all the comments. Every time I feel tired, thinking going into a Friday, like, oh, it's going to be, I'm tired. Here you are. Make me feel like $1 million. Ian, you too.
Well, thank you.
So, Ian, would you like to shift and talk about your topic of the day?
You mean Lauren? Lauren the mortician?
Lauren or Jeanette?
Oh man, they are a circus. So
well, hang on, let's swoop. Old swoop. Yay. Old swoop. So do you want to give people a TLDR? Like, how did we get here?
So TLDR, Lauren the mortician so she says she's a mortician, but there's some questions as to how much morticianing she actually does. So this is the first set of criticism she faces. She starts doing takedowns, and then she gets into a fight with Jamie Grayson. Jamie Grayson is this guy who does, he is a child safety technician. He is an expert in child seats. She does a video where she basically says, this kind of child seat is dangerous. It will get your kid killed. And I know because I'm a mortician. Now, I'm going to tell you, a mortician doesn't really know about how accidents happen. So he does a video going, no, I'm an expert in this and these seats are fine. So she goes online and says he's creepy because he has a bunch of these, child seats and no kids, and he's a gay man. So she's trying to imply some really awful shit. She simultaneously sends in a complaint to have his channel taken down. His channel gets nuked. So that's the beginning on all of this. Then we've got Caffeinated Kitty, who does a video basically saying, a lot of you are saying this person is horrible and are confusing her with me. And she's not me. She's also a TERF. Here's receipts. Here's a bunch of
TERF.
Yeah. She's transphobic. Yeah. That's the accusation. And so she says, here's a bunch of transphobic stuff that she liked online. So Lauren the mortician really doesn't like this. So she goes after Caffeinated Kitty as well. And this ongoing dispute escalates to the point where she is sending a wellness check, her and Jeanette Braun, who we all call Janet because we know it annoys her.
It makes her mad.
they send in a wellness check to Janet, or to Caffeinated Kitty. So they send the cops to her house. And as happens on the internet, none of this actually silences the criticism, because the more you are a dick to suppress criticism, the more people will criticize you, and the more people they will talk about this. So none of what she's doing is working. Like, I've been throwing gas on this fire and it just won't go out. What am I going to do? So she files a defamation lawsuit against Caffeinated Kitty, the Becca Day Show, and the Do We Know Them podcast, the two women on that. This lawsuit is an absolute tire fire. This is when I catch wind of this, because somebody on Twitter, basically, they just posted the lawsuit. Like, just here's a PDF and that's it. And I'm like, I'm bored. I'm going to read this lawsuit.
Go on.
So I read the lawsuit and I get to like the third paragraph and I'm like, wait, you called in a wellness check on somebody you disagree with? What? So,
well, if I can interject for a moment to give some current context. So the individual in question is so aggressive in the defense of IP, whether they have the right to or not. They're so aggressive in defense of the IP that before we started the show, one of the reasons we were late, or I was late, is because Ian alerted me that my thumbnail had an image on it that was completely fair use, 100% not protectable, because it was altered, used, and placed in the context of analysis. And the guy who does the thumbnails for me does some great work editing and manipulating. But Ian said that this person is so aggressive in their IP that you might just want to reach out and say, can you make a new thumbnail? So while this video was playing, he did just that. So Rodney, who makes the thumbnails for the FNF show.
That's hilarious.
Cheers, sir. Is one of the best renditions you've ever done, my friend. Just to take that out and put copyright.
So let's see.
It's so good. Sorry.
One of the other really fun things is that so Caffeinated Kitty reached out to be like, hey, you took down my stuff and it's clearly, it's clearly fair use. So what the hell? And Janet sends a cease and desist letter. And this cease and desist is the most unhinged piece of writing I have ever seen in my life from a lawyer. I've seen a little more unhinged, but it was like, I had a guy send me a death threat because he's a sovereign citizen. And so it was a death threat written in sovereign citizen fashion.
Yeah.
That was more unhinged, but they weren't that far apart. So she demands, amongst other things, that Caffeinated Kitty explain what a worm party is. Now, this is a joke that appears on Caffeinated Kitty's streams, like on her videos. Because Caffeinated Kitty has a bit where, like, she does a persona, like this sort of gothy, creepy, like, persona. And it's funny. But, like, she talks about worm parties as a, as, like, a funny thing. And so she's like, explain this joke. That is a demand to me. Like, and I'm going, is there anything more out of touch than sending a demand that somebody explain a joke you don't understand? Like, oh my God, can you possibly identify yourself as being more clueless? Let's see what else. So Bunny XO has a podcast, and Bunny XO she has the Dumb Blonde podcast. She named it. I didn't name it. So if you're going to send me hate mail over calling it that, I didn't call it that. Her husband is Jelly Roll, who we've all determined is delightful.
Yes.
He seems to be a wonderful person. I would buy Jelly Roll a beer if I thought that there was any chance that it was like, I feel like buying the guy a beer would be kind of not, the guy's got money for his own beers, I guess is the way to put that, because he is wildly successful. Bunny is getting criticism for some takedowns that were sent in her name by Jeanette Braun. And Bunny makes comments saying, I didn't take this down. In fact, I told my lawyer not to take this down. Which is fun because those DMCA takedowns go out under penalty of perjury. Now, it's real funky if you've got a client or a former client publicly accusing you of actions that would constitute perjury. Now, I don't know what's going on because it could be that Bunny XO is full of shit and said, take these things down and is throwing her lawyer under the bus. Or it could be that Jeanette Braun is doing her own thing. Either way is hilarious. Like, either possibility just fills me with glee because it is so freaking funny. I really am shocked that we're not seeing, is Bunny XO and Jeanette Braun, do they still have a legal relationship? What's going on there? So that's fun. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what all is going on there, but it is.
Well, we will, but we know that there's been some with the lawsuit in particular. So the lawsuit itself, what I wanted to briefly talk about these lawsuits. So Jeanette Braun, whenever she talks about trial. I know, whenever she talks about herself on TikTok. So one, her TikTok, Braun Law on TikTok.
Oh, her TikTok is such a tire fire.
Like, one of the rules of social media, and when you engage as I hate to say it this way, but like a forward-facing person, like I'm live, like this is on YouTube.
Yeah.
There are people who have a lot of opinions about me that are negative. What I'm not going to do is pull those up line by line and go after them and joke about them.
Oh, she does. Well, she doesn't so much joke about them. She rages about them. That's the funny thing, is she's not joking like it's, it'd be one thing if she was just like, ha ha, look at this stupid video, like, look at this stupid opinion, right?
No, she
is angry about these. So can I pull up the video she tried to take down?
Yeah.
Because she tried to take down one of my videos. She didn't have success.
Do it.
Give me a second. I'm pulling it up here.
Send me when she. Can Rob tell us what constitutes a federal civil attorney?
Things about being a lawyer. It means you're bound by very strict ethical rules, and you have to be very careful to stay within them. For example, here's a lawyer who seems to be having some trouble. Now, if you're wondering what's wrong with this is Jeanette Braun, who's barred out of Illinois. And the Illinois rules...
Hang on. This one doesn't have any of the other material that she poaches from other artists?
The extent of it is just that little clip.
Okay.
So
but it's not the other one I'm thinking of where the whole song is in there.
All the thing from her video is there. There's no song. There's no anything.
Okay.
So
Good.
I took it originally had
checking.
a song. It originally had a third-party song. I whited it out with something I've got the rights to.
That was what I was curious about, because I know that there was a lot of her TikToks use music, which is really freaking strange to me. Music that is
I don't know if she's got the rights to it.
She doesn't. She absolutely. Oh well.
So
going on.
There's no more Braun in it. It's just my commentary at this point.
Okay, good.
Braun, who's barred out of Illinois. In the Illinois rules, number 7.1 states, a lawyer shall not make a false or misleading communication about the lawyer or the lawyer's services. A communication is false or misleading if it contains a material misrepresentation of fact or law or omits a fact necessary to make the statement, considered as a whole, not materially misleading. Now, comment number 3 provides some further explanation for this and is really relevant here. It says, an advertisement that truthfully reports a lawyer's achievements on behalf of clients or former clients may be misleading if presented so as to lead a reasonable person to form an unjustified expectation that the same results could be obtained for other clients in similar matters without reference to the specific factual and legal circumstances of each client's case. So what does this mean? It means it's improper to present a success record without clarifying that each case is going to be defined and decided on its own merits. And so just because a lawyer has had a particular success rate in the past doesn't mean anything about your case. This is a problematic sort of thing, and normally the way you can deal with this is, as provided in comment 3, the inclusion of an appropriate disclaimer or qualifying language may preclude a finding that a statement is likely to create unjustified expectations or otherwise mislead the public. Now, this video has no such disclaimer. So this appears to be a violation of Rule 7.1. It's the kind of thing that happens all the time, but really, you got to be careful.
Oh, well, I feel like we have, that was really weird because there was in the box below, there was 2 of your faces and it was like, remove which one of these? Well, I want to remove the one the video just ended, not the live one. So, we talk repeatedly about attorneys and their behaviors and whether it is violative of the rules of professional conduct or whether they should be reprimanded or whether what they did was quote unquote unethical. And you're saying that video got originally taken down.
Yeah, she put in a report. At least I assume it's her. It doesn't actually tell me who reports it, but that video got taken down at the same time that Jeanette Braun blocked me on TikTok. So it's pretty obvious what seems to have gone down. But yeah, I was being very careful in that video. I don't throw any shade other than let's go through the ethical requirements and you ain't following them. So yeah.
Okay. So Jeanette Braun is a participant in this lawsuit.
And can we talk about just how insane it is that there's a lawyer and her client on the same side?
Can you let me get there? Can you let me get there?
Okay, fine.
Thunder stolen. Yes. Jerk. Yes. Rule number 1. Don't be a lawyer representing a client that joins as co-plaintiff suing anyone ever, no matter what.
This is one of those things I'm just like, I don't know how this occurred as an idea in somebody's head.
Well, it is just, I've got a good idea. You lawyer and you client, why don't you both sue? Oh, you mean, why don't we just invite the entire world into our privileged conversation because we're now co-plaintiffs? Every communication between the two of them is now discoverable.
Potentially, yep.
I don't even think potentially. I think now you are one. You are co-plaintiffs. You are.
I think there's a really good argument that just filing this has waived privilege.
Yes.
And there's another issue.
Knowingly done by the client and the attorney and the law firm. All three of them. Not just oh my God, it gets even worse. It's not just Lauren Propson. It's Lauren Propson, the LLC, the law firm, and the individual lawyer. Every aspect of privilege. Because here's the thing. I work for a law firm. The law firm might have a client. The lawyer that's tasked to that client will have privileged communications, and the law firm has a privilege with the client. Me, I'm just little old me. I got nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
So there's an argument that, there's privilege that exists in a separate little category between them. So if you sue all three of us and they're in their own category of privilege, they can assert privilege against you. They can say, no, this is privileged. You'll be like, well, you're fine. I'm over here in my island. You can get my communication, but you can't get theirs. But when all three of them join as one party, there's no privilege. I think I've talked about this before. I've thought about this in the time since we've talked about this. This is malpractice. Like unless you have a written disclaimer from your client.
And if you wanted to have that written disclaimer from your client, you'd need independent legal advice. And independent legal advice would be not Jeanette Braun
or
and
Braun
not Braun Law and not Benjamin Lockyer, the guy who's the lawyer on this lawsuit.
Okay, fill me in on the last one. Why not the last one?
Because he's representing both of them.
Oh,
he can't be independent legal advice
because they're potentially adverse.
Yeah, it would have to be somebody else entirely.
Which is really interesting because the Indiana case, and not to go full circle on this, but the Delphi case, one of the only circumstances that exists in all of criminal jurisprudence where a judge can step in and remove a lawyer from representation is where there is an actual unwaivable conflict of interest.
Yep, and I think there is one here.
I think the lawyer's DQ'd.
Yep, I think he's effed himself. The other issue that is a really huge issue on this one is the crime fraud exception. Because let's assume that they haven't blown up privilege by filing this. Well, one of the things that happened, as I mentioned, was that wellness check. And a false wellness check is a crime in Illinois and Georgia and all of the places that are implicated in this. And the two of them both make a wellness check, and it's within like half an hour, which suggests that they worked together to make that wellness check, which again seems like it's a crime. And if a lawyer and their client work together to do crime, that blows up privilege. And I mean, there's obvious reasons for this, right? You don't want lawyers working together with like the mob to help them illegally buy property as part of a money laundering scheme. So crime fraud blows up all of it. And Peg Leg Finance has a great, conspiracy to a false wellness check might make it a felony. So
this is self-snitching times a million.
It's
a federal filing.
Like this is such an unforced error that the equivalent I would put this to is like, let's say you found a weird clock outside with a whole bunch of plasticine and wires attached to it, and you decided to bring it into your house. That's what this lawsuit is like. Like, I'm just going to put this funny looking clock on my mantelpiece. I don't know why the numbers are going down.
I did not interject fast enough because the second you were like, it's like, and I'm going, this is a hypo coming. Oh shit, this is a hypo coming. Oh, Ian's got a hypothetical. No, do not let Ian say the hypothetical.
Come on, tell me this is not like, oh my God.
Like, what do you like? We reacted to it when it was first filed, right? And we did. But the longer that we've had to kind of think about it and stew on it and watch the ramifications of the lawsuit as it's pending, the worse it gets. It gets worse and worse and worse. And not to mention, Jeanette Braun is still making TikToks about the subject matter of the lawsuit.
Oh, well, not just Jeanette Braun. Lauren the Mortician made a video.
No.
Which she's now taken down. And I'm going to say the only thing you could do worse than deleting a video when you've got pending litigation or making a video when you've got pending litigation is taking down a video when you've got pending litigation. Like, you know, the video is still out there. Like, people have it. When it got taken down, I was contacted by like 8 different people going, do you need a copy of this? Because the internet takes copies when you do a stupid thing, right?
Yep.
That's just how that goes. So she did a video where she basically is like, here is my side of the story. And that's terrible. Like, it is essentially a confession to a whole lot of different things. The other thing is that by taking it down, now I don't know if she's actually like, if her lawyer is advising her and she's listening to her lawyer and her lawyer is in the same universe as competence, then her lawyer would have said, do not delete the video. You know, it would still be discoverable. And even if it's not there. And even if it's not discoverable, they have it. But just taking it down indicates that you were aware that it is damaging to your case. And so now when she gets asked about it, like, you know, in depositions at trial, it's going to be, so you knew this was stupid, right? You know, you knew the things you said here are harmful to your case. Yeah.
Oh, and it gets worse. I mean, I hate to say that, but it does. Because one of the reasons why I kept looking at this document, because I don't follow TikTok drama. I don't know who these people are. I don't care.
Oh, I mean, I had no idea who these people are. I know a little bit more about who they are now, but yeah.
But what's interesting is this part. So give me my highlighter. I want to highlight. There we go. Highlighter. This is a diversity action. Different states, different litigants. So in order to get to federal court, I'm trying to explain this the best way I can. The U.S. is still a republic. We are a democratic republic. So we still have states. The states still have sovereignty over their state citizens. The only powers the federal government has are those granted to it by the states. So the states would never grant to the federal government the ability to adjudicate crimes of their own citizens. So you cannot bring a federal criminal charge or a federal civil action in a state for something that is between 2 state citizens, right? It's a barrier. It's protection against state overarching just
it's to keep the government from taking all the power.
Exactly. So, but the federal court system was there to regulate the courts between the states. And there's a certain amount of overlap between states, whether it's commerce, exchange of goods, communications, torts or damages or crimes that occur between states, right? So people will cross state lines. That infamous phrase, he crossed state lines. Well, it doesn't mean anything unless you commit a crime. So in federal courts, we create a burden. You have to overcome a hurdle before you can file in federal court for something that could be resolved in a particular state. And that is diversity jurisdiction. So we have two barriers. One is the diversity element. The other is the monetary element. You have to have over a certain dollar figure at risk. You can't have like a $5 claim and you live in this state, they live in that state, and I'm going to go to federal court. No, we're not going to do that. So we set a threshold. When I was in law school, it was $75,000. And all parties had to be in different states. If you could sue one defendant in the state where you live, you had to sue it in state court, unless it was an unseverable claim.
And this is what they call complete diversity, which means nobody on the plaintiff side is in the same state as anybody on the defendant's side. You can have plaintiffs in the same place, you can have defendants in the same place, but you can't have a plaintiff defendant in the same state.
Yep, because you can isolate that defendant and sue them under state law.
Yeah.
And the federal government's like, that's your right, state law applies. The state law courts are better at handling state law claims. Federal government doesn't understand state law the same way state laws do. It's very, yeah. So this is a diversity claim that's brought by Lauren, the mortician.
And
yes. Yes. Thank you, Peg Leg Finance. 75,000. Good. Law school memory is still kicking in. If you guys haven't seen the episode of the Hot Ones challenge where Kurt posed bar questions to me while I was eating hot wings,
I didn't act fast enough to get a Hot Ones challenge going for the birthday stream. We will have to do a Hot Ones challenge on another occasion. So
please go watch that video. Ian Runkle the Bailey, look at his channel, birthday stream, Hot Ones challenge. Watch it.
We'll have to do another one because
it's worth the while. So at the very beginning, you have to tell the court why the court has jurisdiction to hear the case. You have to establish diversity jurisdiction. The very first of the parties listed, plaintiff Jeanette Braun, is licensed to practice law in Illinois. We know this. She is a quote unquote federal civil attorney. Jeanette, if you're listening, how spicy do I go?
We're past 2 hours. You can go maximum spicy.
Okay. Jeanette, if you're listening, you are a joke.
That's maximum?
An absolute joke of an attorney. You are kind of the epitome of people who say Esquire after their name.
Oh, she doesn't just say Esquire after her name? Have you read the cease and desist?
I have. I know. You will not call me Jeanette. You will call me Ms. Braun or Attorney Braun. I understand. You are not.
Call me Attorney Braun. Yep.
You are an individual just like me. I am Rob. I am Rob Morton. I will say my name out loud. I'm Rob Morton. I am an attorney. I don't say Rob Esquire. I don't say attorney at law. I don't say all that other crap. You're an attorney. Congratulations. You have a piece of paper. When you say that I am an attorney, you are trying to convey to an audience that what you're giving is, as far as information, should be taken from the knowledge that you have as an attorney. Very good caveat. I love it. Phenomenal. Educate your audience as the foundation of your knowledge. Beautifully done. But when you start to say, I am a federal attorney, well, that doesn't really mean much. Because
it can mean something when you say it in a wellness check.
Prosecutor? Call. Well, and that I think gets her in more trouble. But if I am a federal prosecutor, what that means is that I am an agent of the Department of Justice. I am a federal agent. I am a person that acts on behalf of the state. I am an attorney for the government as a whole. I'm a federal prosecutor. That means something when I file a pleading or when I say something. I'm a federal prosecutor. If I'm a state prosecutor, I am the district attorney, the county attorney, or the state attorney general, right? I'm acting on behalf of that body of law. If I'm a defense attorney, I'm just a defense attorney. If I'm a
Yep.
civil litigator, I'm just a civil litigator. If I'm a domestic relations litigator or a divorce attorney, I'm a divorce attorney. If I'm a bankruptcy lawyer, I'm a bankruptcy lawyer. That's what it is.
Saying
am
that you're a
not-
federal attorney just because you argue in federal court is like walking into a McDonald's and saying you're Ronald McDonald.
Yep.
You know, it's like, that's not how this works. You're just a
Bankruptcy
person
court,
who wants to eat some grease. That's all.
for those of you wondering, bankruptcy court is a federal court. That's a federal court.
Also,
Why?
brave of you to take a sip as I'm saying, as I'm dropping
I
down
know.
an analogy.
I know. It was.
I was like, oh,
calculated.
this could go bad.
It was calculated. So bankruptcy court is a federal court. So I am, technically speaking, I am a federal civil attorney. I'm a federal bankruptcy attorney. But I don't put federal in front of it. Why? Because there's a difference between the little lowercase federal and the big F federal. Federal. Did you know that when you write out state and federal in the same sentence, you are supposed to leave the S in state lowercase and the F in federal uppercase? Why? Because federal has a gravitas. So when people say federal, it's supposed to mean big, strong, government, US. I practice law in bankruptcy court, federal court, and in the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia. Federal, civil. Never in my life am I going to go out and say I'm a federal civil attorney. Because I'm not a prick.
Have you heard how Master Funduck explained this?
No, I need to, though.
This is actually more explaining like the order of the hierarchy of courts. Get ready for this quote, because I can only say it after the 2-hour mark. The judicial pecking order does not permit little peckers to overrule big peckers. It is the other way around.
But that's the thing. So when someone goes out there and says I'm a federal civil attorney, that doesn't mean anything other than they practice in federal court in the area of civil litigation. Honestly, it's a joke. They're using federal for no reason other than to say, give me power or give me more importance in the words I say. So
And it's
the second she
especially
said
bad.
that,
It's especially bad when she says it on a wellness check.
Yep.
So yeah.
because it's supposed to imply power of the government.
Yep. And I always tell young lawyers, like, be careful when you say you're a lawyer. And what I mean by that is, like, if you start getting into a dispute and you start dropping, I'm a lawyer, now you're starting to bet your bar card on whatever your dispute is.
Oh, yeah.
And so, especially if what you're doing might be a crime, don't be like, I am going to crime and I am a lawyer in order to facilitate my criming.
Well, so let's get back to the lawsuit at hand, because we're gonna talk about this, because what I said was you have to establish jurisdiction, and this is diversity jurisdiction, so you have to establish in your pleading diversity of the parties. So plaintiff Jeanette Braun, plaintiff number one, the plaintiff number one coming to the front of the page. Plaintiff number one is a licensed attorney who's licensed to practice law in Illinois and operating a law firm, Braun Law, in DuPage County, Illinois, and resides in Illinois, on a part-time basis. Well, okay. Well, maybe let's keep going. Plaintiff Braun Law is a limited liability company organized and existing under the laws of the state of Illinois with a contact address of gives name address, but it's an LLC, which is tied to its owners. Plaintiff Lauren Propson is a citizen. Oh, well, that's a different word. Citizen and resident of the state of Wisconsin.
Yep.
Why is citizen there? Oh, because diversity
Requires citizenship, which is not just
Citizenship.
residence.
Oh,
The
and not
classic
just
example.
part-time.
the classic example of like citizen versus resident is a college student. You know,
Oh, yeah.
you
Good
live
one. I love
in
this,
whatever town and you go to another place for college, but you're just there during the college time and you plan to go back home afterwards. You're never really a person who lives in the college town. You're a person who's there studying. So your citizenship is the place you plan to go back to at the end of all of it, not where you happen to be living at the time. So,
Mhm.
yeah.
And the way that we phrase it in state law claims, because, we're just state law litigators. We're not the big federal government, federal civil attorneys that exist out there. We are the state law litigators that just exist among the lowly class of individuals. But the way that we phrase it is domiciliary. Your domicile.
Yeah.
What is your home? When we get down to brass tacks, where do you vote? Where do you shop for groceries? Where do you live? Where do you file taxes? Where do you do all those
I like
things?
this one.
Yep. Where the doggos are. Yep. Good one. It's what is your home base? That's what the law is trying to get at. And the federal rules on this are pretty strict. Like, you can depart from a jurisdiction for an area, but that doesn't make you a domiciliary or a citizen of that new place. And this is pretty commonplace. So why citizen first appears in paragraph 4, I'm not sure. And then you've got this one, upon information and belief. Well, here's the problem. When you are telling a court that they have jurisdiction, you can't just say, I'm guessing. There was a little case a while back called Iqbal, where when you put something into a pleading, you had to have a substantial factual basis to put it in there. You couldn't just say, I'm guessing. The court, when the court is exercising jurisdiction, the court has to understand they have the authority to do that thing. So you can't just say on information belief, aka I'm guessing, and ask the court to exercise federal power over what could be a state action. So let me translate. Paragraph 5. I'm guessing defendant Rebecca Day is a citizen and resident of the state of Missouri. 6. I'm guessing defendant KC is a citizen and resident of the state of Georgia. Paragraph 7. I'm guessing defendant Jessica Vasquez is a citizen and resident of a state that is neither Illinois or Florida. What? Huh?
Another way to put this one is via a song. I heard it through the grapevine.
Kind
On
of.
information and belief. I heard it through the grapevine.
And this right here is kind of nasty lawyer shade. Pretty disgusting. I don't know if you made a comment about this.
Which the victim of certain crimes?
Yep. You don't put this in a pleading unless you are trying to draw attention to that person because of that.
I mean,
I'm not. I have no forgiveness for this. I am pretty adamant on this one. And I want to hear your explanation, but I'm pretty pissed about this one.
The thing is we're at that wonderful nexus of incompetence and malice where all of their things could be explained by being fuck-ups or malicious. And I feel like this one is a fuck-up.
When you put this in an initial pleading and don't file under seal?
The thing is I don't know that I don't know that this guy knew he could file things under seal.
That's complete bullshit. Ian, I'm telling you that's complete bullshit. The number of things that I have filed under seal where a judge.
What about the number of things he's filed under seal?
I don't know, but he's here's the rule.
This is like baby's first lawsuit.
But I get that. You practice in federal court, you play by federal rules. You practice in a court, you play by their rules. That's one of the reasons why when I have a discussion with clients and they're like, "Can you take a case in this jurisdiction?" I'm like, "I don't know their rules. You don't want me there. I'm floundering. I will learn what I can, but there's some local rules that are very unique. But federal jurisprudence is very, very, very clear."
The court seems to be of the view that Mr. Lockyer is, and to be charitable to him, as clever as a particularly intelligent turnip.
That's fair.
Because their response to this is to say, counsel or plaintiffs are reminded that the law on this requires you to do this. And plaintiffs are reminded, which is how you basically, that's how a judge says, "You freaking idiot."
Can I read one more level into that? Can I read one more level into that, please? It's with this paragraph. Is the judge read this and was like, "You knew if this guy has one federal filing under his belt, he knows how to file under seal."
I don't know if he does. That's the fun thing.
I don't care. He should know. And it's malpractice and negligence, and it's sanctionable to not know.
I don't think he's going to get sanctioned at this point.
I understand that. And that's where the court comes in and says, is reminded.
Yeah.
That reminded thing isn't just you're an idiot. That reminded is, I see what the hell you're doing. With this paragraph, here's what this paragraph does. Let me say hypothetically that I have a client who is a victim of domestic violence, and that client is a legitimate victim of domestic violence, and they get sued. And nothing about the lawsuit has to do with that whatsoever. Nothing at all.
Yeah.
But what they do is in the very beginning of the lawsuit, they say, this particular person, we understand they have a terrible past and they're a victim of violence, and we don't wish violence upon them. But for that reason, we're going to not file this under seal, but ask that, you very respectfully don't seek them out or look for their name or look for any details. But here's their name, and we believe they're in a different jurisdiction.
And the court says,
fucking kidding
you
me?
are respectfully declined from that.
I know, but that's what I mean. Are you kidding me? That's such a fucking joke. That is so terrible that they ask people who are reading this lawsuit, which they know is going to be public, please respect her privacy. It's the fucking Streisand effect. This pissed me off more than any other part of this.
I don't know that he's clever enough to play this game. That's the problem.
I don't care. If he's stupid enough to do it, it should be the only time he does it.
Oh, and I think that hopefully the court is going to, hopefully the court's reminder is going to be enough to get him in line. Because
and this, what's filing under seal? Filing under seal is filing a document, and the clerk puts a big redaction on it, or big puts it behind a firewall, where we're going to say something was filed, but we're not going to show you what it was.
Yeah.
It is sealed. Eyes only. Yeah.
I was going to talk about this too. No, this is not weird. This is bullshit. This is a fingerprint on the murder weapon, because Lauren Propson lived in Florida. Up until right now, she's posting a whole bunch of videos going, I'm in Wisconsin. I'm in Wisconsin. I'm in Wisconsin, which really looks like she moved to Wisconsin just before this.
Is she playing choice? Is this choice of law bullshit? They're trying to, because if okay,
yep, and that's why it says neither Illinois nor Florida, is because she probably actually lives in Florida. They're just playing games to try to pin down where they live.
Oh my God, it's so bad. Okay, so
Yeah.
minute order. Where are you?
Now, I'm going to guess. I haven't looked into it yet because I was going to do another video on this and I was having to do research. I'm going to guess that Florida might have a more favorable anti-slap than Wisconsin.
I don't know, but this is a bunch of fuckery that's really, really annoying. So, notice of docket entry. This was entered, 2 days ago? The docket entry was made by the clerk, but this is a minute entry by the judge. Minute entry before Honorable Mary M. Rowland, in light of plaintiff's invocation of diversity jurisdiction as the basis for federal jurisdiction on or before 1/31, so end of the month, plaintiffs shall file a jurisdictional supplement as a separate docket entry.
I.e., you need a document to unfuck yourself.
Yep. As a plaintiff's Braun, plaintiffs are reminded that allegations of residence as opposed to citizenship are not sufficient to establish diversity jurisdiction, and cites the case. Love it. For individuals, here we go. That was what I was saying before. Citizenship means domicile. The person's long-term plan for a state of habitation rather than just current residence. Plaintiff, next sentence, plaintiff is reminded that the citizenship of the LLCs is the citizenship of each of its members. Oh, if it's a single member LLC, it's where the member is.
And so the fun thing, if Jeanette Braun is actually a citizen, because she pleads that she's a part-time resident, if she's actually a citizen of some other state, then Illinois... They want this in Illinois law. They chose Illinois law.
Yep. Illinois is not it.
Illinois is not it. And the other thing is that the Illinois court isn't going to hear it. It's going to get kicked to another district court. And here's what's really fun. Real shits and giggles.
Are you spoiling my fun?
I don't know. Maybe. Probably. But I'm going to do it anyway.
Do it.
So Benjamin Lockyer went to the same law school as Jeanette Braun.
Please tell me same year. Please tell me same year. Please tell me
same year. At the same time.
So great.
They are apparently friends. This is my conclusion from this. And I'm betting that Benjamin Lockyer is doing this as a favor to a friend, Jeanette Braun. And the reason why they are sharing a lawyer is not because they think it's a good idea, but because they've got this guy who can ostensibly do it for free. And I'm going to bet that some of the authorship on this, and this is just my guess, my guess is that a lot of the authorship on this originates from Janet with Buddy signing off on this.
Oh, it's ghostwriting. Oh.
So, I am thinking that what happens if this gets kicked out to, I don't know, let's say the best case scenario for them. It gets kicked to Wisconsin. Well, now their Illinois barred lawyer is going to have to do everything in Wisconsin. And if he's doing this for free or cheap as a favor, you know how much those plane tickets start adding up? You know how much those start to rack up the costs?
Voluntary dismissal coming in 3, 2,
and
1.
When I say that they went to the same law school, this is going to piss you off, but it is what it is. They didn't. It's not like they both went to Harvard.
No, don't do this. Don't do this. I know people who graduated from this law school. I know litigators who graduated from this law school.
That's fair. She's not clothing that law school with glory right
Correct.
now.
That's fair. That is fair.
And
that's a fair remark.
I will say that this it's perhaps a little bit more of an unusual law school.
It is. And the law school has faced its fair challenges. But one thing is, I have known litigators who have come from that who have been phenomenal litigators.
And
but
the thing
I can't
is,
speak for the law school as a whole.
The thing is good law schools versus bad law schools. It tends to go towards trends. And what I mean by that is like everything is a normal curve, right? So you've got the big pile that is in one place. And so you should never make the assumption that just because somebody went to a bad law school, that they are a bad lawyer. Because you will spend lots of time hitting the tail end of that and getting smoked.
Yep.
But statistically, the people bad law schools tend to produce worse lawyers. And the profession tends to filter the bad lawyers out over time. This is the other thing, is if you encounter somebody who went to a bad law school and they've been a successful litigator for 30 years, expect that they are going to come in and smoke your ass if you're not careful. Because, if they were awful, the profession probably would have filtered them out. But
me.
Yeah. You are good at what you do, right? And that is...
Don't underestimate. Bad idea.
Don't underestimate, but at the same time, it's like... It's an unusual coincidence that she's picking somebody who she went to school with.
Yeah, but so the judge goes on. Thus, an LLC's jurisdictional statement must identify the citizenship of each of its members as of the date of the complaint or notice of removal was filed. And if those members have members, literally, you have to identify everybody. The citizenship of everybody has to be identified.
And here's the really fun thing, is that let's say that, it looks like Lauren might have moved just prior to the filing of this.
Uh-huh.
Do you ever want jurisdiction to be an essential question of fact?
Nope.
Because the problem with jurisdiction being an essential question of fact is you can end up bound up in motions which require evidence on the jurisdiction point. And you can end up passing your filing deadlines and getting your matter kicked out of court without the ability to refile it anywhere else. They're running that particular risk on this one, which is why you'll get lawyers who are like, you want to file this now? Okay, but you're in the middle of a move. Maybe let's wait 3 months until we can show that you were established, rather than filing this on the day you move. But
they were angry. It was emotional. It was hip shooting time, Ian.
I don't know that this is shooting from the hip. I feel like this is more shooting from
there it comes.
The tail.
There it goes. Yep, I knew it was coming. Plaintiffs are reminded that allegations of citizenship based on, quote, information and belief are insufficient to establish diversity jurisdiction in the Seventh Circuit. Literally,
they're shooting from the tail and splashing this lawsuit all over the wall.
Oh my God, Ian. My word. I have a puppy. We don't need to. Don't traumatize me. As to defendant Vasquez, plaintiffs are reminded that allegations of, quote, negative citizenship, end quote, or citizenship of another state different from the plaintiff are insufficient. Additionally, plaintiffs allege that defendant Vasquez is a victim of certain crimes, and out of respect for her privacy, plaintiffs request not to directly plead her current state of residency. The reason I'm going to go ahead and tell you the reason the court put that in here, right there, quote, the reason they put that in there is F you. As mentioned, allegations of residence as opposed to citizenship are not sufficient to establish diversity jurisdiction. Plaintiffs should file a motion for leave to file under seal any portions of a jurisdictional supplement pursuant to local rule. Plaintiffs may seek leave to file a motion to conduct limited jurisdiction discovery. Joint initial status report remains due on or before February 28th. Mailed
Now-
notice.
Here's the fun thing. I didn't know
There's
this
fun
at
part?
at the time. I didn't know this because I like these people, at least to the extent that I've met them so far. They seem like cool people. Maybe one day I'll go and watch the trial and meet them. That would be cool. I hope this doesn't make it to a trial, but
Well,
Vasquez commented on one of my YouTube videos.
no, really?
And the comment was to the effect of, check my video history because I have a video that was posted before this where in all caps I say, I live in freaking Georgia.
No.
So like the whole thing about like, we're trying to protect her privacy. It's like,
That makes me more mad. That makes me so much more angry because that makes it so much more clear that they knew exactly what they were doing.
so
Fucking assholes. I'm sorry. That was
just file and say she lives in Georgia. Like, defendant Vasquez is a citizen of Georgia. Done. Defendant, it's not hard. Now,
because you knew and that goes to support exactly what I was saying. They freaking knew.
yeah,
And they did that because they wanted people to look at her past, which probably has something of a domestic dispute, which a lot of people have.
I think it was a
Okay.
stalker. I don't think she's ashamed of it. I think it's just that there was a stalker. And like, that's not shameful in any sense. It might actually get the court to be pissed off.
The court was pissed. They said, look, hey, file this shit under seal.
The other thing is I get like a surprising amount of death threats, even as compared to like other people on YouTube. And a lot of them come from people who are anti-gun. It's really ironic. They're like, I'm anti-gun. I would like to kill you. And I'm like, you didn't think this one through, did you? Because what exactly are you going to do? But I don't post my address. I don't post. I'm careful not to indicate a bunch of things as to where I live. But I got no problem saying I live in Alberta. I even say I live in Edmonton, Alberta, because that's a whole city, right? And I'm sure somebody with enough time on their hands could figure out where I'm at. But yeah, I don't get it. It's bizarre. I see who would threaten Ian? People who don't like that I am a firearm proponent. They're weird. Yeah.
It's Can I do my spoiler now? Spoiler now.
Yes.
She doesn't live in California.
I'm still not sure on that. Or at least
sure.
I'm not. I've seen what you've got. There's a potential timeline on that.
Interesting.
Um,
It's South Carolina or California.
and it might be California going to South Carolina.
Ooh.
That now I'm not certain because so there's somebody of her identical name, first, middle, last, in California.
But not middle.
Yes, middle.
Well, we don't know. Okay, yeah. Because there's
Her middle
Mary
name is
and
Marie.
There's the married middle and the other middle. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. And so we've got, a divorce that I think is her. I'm not certain. I think it's her. I'm told by people I believe that she's got some other California ties. Hopefully she doesn't think living in California is defamatory, because and certainly divorce would not be defamatory. I'm not alleging anything wrong. I don't know who did what.
I think it's SC. Like I think it's SC. I think it's South Carolina.
Might be.
I think it's South Carolina. Like she moved before the lawsuit got filed.
And the problem is that if there's a divorce that's still ongoing, then she may have court filings that are still ongoing that claim a domicile. That's where things get funky, because you don't want to be swearing to two different domiciles at the same time. And she'd have an obligation to clear things up.
Or hypothetically, there's land records that show that you purchased a home somewhere. That's the other part, because there's land records that show the home purchase.
Now, but the other thing that I just don't know, that is really confusing on all of this, as to what the hell, is if it's South Carolina, why wouldn't she plead South Carolina? I mean, other than finding it convenient to be in Illinois.
Not disclosing her address.
Oh, that's why. I'm not saying her address. I'm not saying any of the stuff.
What I mean is that's one of, she doesn't want people looking for her in South Carolina.
I mean, it's not hard to find
the law firm. If the law firm is in Illinois, usually a law practice in a different state requires someone to be present in that state. So that might be part of it.
I mean, but South Carolina is a perfectly fine jurisdiction to file a suit like this in, because South Carolina, from what I understand, doesn't seem to have an anti-slap.
No.
So,
anti-slap, from what I saw.
So it's like, why wouldn't you bring this in South Carolina? I don't get it.
Yeah.
I just
don't know. But this is another example of like the Streisand effect. Like, here's the thing. Don't file a pleading where the judge says you didn't include your citizenship or domicile, and then have the public at large go, "Oh, that's curious. What is a domicile?" Because public records, tax records are free.
Now we get all curious, right?
Yeah. And tax records are public. And just saying.
Yep. It's a thing. Yeah, don't sue if you want privacy.
Yeah. And I know the LLC has a registered agent that's in Illinois. The operating office is still Illinois, but it gives the full name of the person that is the operating agent for the LLC. And tax records disclose property sales and purchases. So I do this for a living, guys. I'm sorry. I hate to say that. I do it for a living. Like, this is my job.
I mean, we're interested now, right? So
yeah.
Whoops.
So last topic. Ready? Swoop. People are mad because that swoop, I'll play it one more time. The left ear of the kitty is not highlighted, and people are upset. Do you know how hard it is to remake that? Tell you.
I don't even know where I'd start. People, if you're upset about the highlighted ear, get out your highlighter, lean up to your screen,
pause,
and scribble.
Pause and highlight. Here you go. One more time. Yeah. So, last topic. Alec Baldwin is indicted, charged again. Now,
I mean, we knew it was going to happen.
No, but I thought I was first at the table. I texted you. I said, new charges. And you were like,
I was like, I've got the video recorded.
I hate you. I'm so mad at you. I'm so mad at you because I thought I had to jump. But
I mean,
yes,
Baldwin, I've been on.
I know.
I've also got a second video recorded on Baldwin that'll go up in the next couple of days.
Well, and the only reason why I even put it on the thumbnail because I knew you were going to be here, because we all saw this coming. And yes, he has been indicted by a grand jury in New Mexico for the fatal shooting of, I'm sorry, my gosh,
Helena Hutchins.
Helena Hutchins. Yeah,
yeah.
I almost said Hannah Gutierrez Reed, but that is
no, she's
defendant. Yes.
Yeah.
So Baldwin is charged.
I mean, it would be less tragic if she was. If she'd been the one, because she screwed up so bad. There would just be irony, as opposed to, like, Helena Hutchins did nothing wrong. Hannah Gutierrez Reed did everything wrong. But, of course, her accident, she's fine. It's, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'm torn. Every time I talk about this criminal charge with people, they have very, very, very strong opinions in one direction or the other. I never find a nuanced person, and I have a strong opinion in one direction. And
I have a nuanced opinion.
Nuanced my ass. I saw your video. You little snake. You hid the ball. You played coy. I know how you feel about this case.
It's a nuanced opinion. I mean, I could say
there's no.
I could say that he needs to be thrown into the legal equivalent of a garbage crusher.
Well, you didn't say that in your video. I watched it. I know. I saw it. I watched it not while driving. I listened while driving on the way home. But I mean, Baldwin is charged again.
Yes.
And it's alternative charges. So it's basically that you either negligently used a firearm in killing somebody.
Yep.
Or you engaged in an action in a fashion with reckless disregard.
So reckless and careless that you should have known it could kill somebody.
Resulted in the death of somebody else. So you did one or you did the other. And from my standpoint, handling firearms, there's no way that this should not be a guilty verdict, but I'm not a jury.
The jury might get snowed by the whole, I am a Hollywood actor. What am I supposed to do? And I'm like, I don't care if you're a Hollywood actor. You're a dude who's accepting a gun. So once you're playing with a gun, you've got an ethical obligation.
And
right?
I'm going to play this because this apparently is some commentator saying how they were surprised at the charges.
What? Is the commentator Baldwin?
I have not watched this. I am nervous.
Yeah.
You were in the room when someone was shot? Yeah. Okay. All righty.
To be honest, I'm a bit surprised. What has happened is there are two ways that you could look at this case. One is as an overall workplace safety issue, where you then put the liability on the people in charge of workplace safety who knew that there were various incidents on the set that could rise to a serious injury or death.
That's fair. That is fair.
The thing is always, if you are going to touch a gun, you have an obligation.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet because she said one. We're not there yet. But yes, it's fair to look at it as a workplace injury, which is why Gutierrez Reed is charged. She didn't shoot, but she was in charge of the thing that did the shooting.
Yeah, she was also rampantly negligent through the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
And the other, which is the way it was charged, is focusing exactly on the incident and the people involved in the exact incident at that exact time. But involuntary manslaughter.
Whoa. I'm sorry, bad pause.
Is
better pause. Yes. We charge criminal behavior based on the exact incident at the exact time. That is literally how crimes are charged.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, why are they charging me for the exact behavior at the exact moment that I murdered that dude? It's like, because that's how law works. You know, you don't murder people if you don't want to be charged. It's
shall we?
We shall.
It's one where the prosecution doesn't have the burden of showing there's intent to harm or intent to kill. So they are not in any way claiming that he was intentionally fired the gun knowing there was a live bullet. But
no
what
shit.
they are
Nobody ever said that.
He did not act reasonably. He acted
correct,
consciously disregarding the fact that firing a weapon could cause death.
I mean, this is the same sort of charge you'd apply to like a couple of meth addicts playing with a gun, where one of them turns to his buddy and is like, "Hey man, you see that? Oh shit!" You know, and
or teenagers. How many times do you see charges against people that are from the wrong side and they're teenagers or young adults that are doing that? Like they're playing around.
There was a case in the US where a bunch of kids were basically playing spin the bottle equivalent. I forget what it was that they were deciding, but they were deciding something by putting a gun on a table and spinning it. And somebody went to stop the gun and their finger went into the trigger well. And because the gun was spinning, it fired and it killed somebody. And you better believe they charged that person. That person wasn't intending to kill anyone. It wasn't like, hey, the plan is I'm going to shoot Bob here. It's just when you do stupid things with a gun, people might die in the same way that when, and the analogy here is to a car, because there's all sorts of things that you can do with a car that are stupid, right?
Yes.
Like, let's say I decide I'm going to, have you seen the movie The Lookout?
No.
There's a scene in the movie where he's driving along in his car late at night and he turns off the headlights so that he can watch fireflies.
Okay.
And so he can't see shit except the fireflies whizzing by in his car. If you had a child on that road and the child gets run over, it's pretty clear that you're not talking about somebody who's intending to run over the kid, right? That would be a whole new level of effed up. But
Good
you would
analogy.
still be convicted on the basis of, I don't care that you didn't think anybody would die. I don't care that somebody told you that this road is 100% clear. What you're doing is so rampantly dangerous that you ought not to have been doing it. And that's really where we're at here. I'm just like,
I like that analogy a lot. That's a really good one. I I don't.
Once in a while, I land on one that's that's good as opposed to horrific.
Yours are the thing is, the reason I always cringe is because they're always good, but they're good because you find the extreme. You find the extreme that makes it uncomfortable, which is how they're supposed to work.
Wait until you are there for my birthday stream for watching my Supreme Court appearance, because there's a hell of a runkelism in it.
Oh, it'll be fine. All right, let's give her another minute of talking.
My guess is that Alec Baldwin really wants to clear his name and believes that he has a good defense, relying upon the representation that the gun was unloaded. And I do see a trial in the future.
I mean, no kidding. They've said that there's a trial in the future. Like, there is no way. There is no way he's pleading guilty to this. Right. He's got a decent chance that the jury buys the argument of, it's okay, I was told it was unloaded, which, quite frankly, is dumb. But the jury may buy it. But, I mean, if he pleads guilty to this, it's going to tank his career. So, of course, he's going to fight this. This is like the Depp trial, where there's two trials going on. One trial over the actual issues and another trial over like public relations. And we could also still get the possibility of this sort of split verdict between those trials, essentially.
Correct. Yeah.
You know, you could have a situation where he gets convicted, but still the public, because of media hustle and so forth. And a guy like Baldwin, great pause, by the way. Fantastic pause.
Come on. I was waiting. I was going to say, I was waiting for you to reach a pause point, because I was like, but I could not have get a better. My pause game sucks, but that's the best pause ever.
He's gonna have PR people sending stories to the media, and so just as we saw with Amber Heard, where there was all these various pro Amber media stories. We're going to see pro Baldwin media stories start to flood out. And they're going to say oh, it will be such a miscarriage of justice if he's convicted. And also, somebody's asking, what's with his elf ears? You give those back, Baldwin. You are not an elf.
I don't know.
Your elf privileges are revoked.
But the face is also kind of... It's a little elfish. It's a little elfish, you have to admit.
That face just is like, maybe I should have handled hot peppers when I was putting on my underwear this morning.
I mean, I have been a pause game aficionado. Like, I appreciate the pause game, and I constantly try to move the pause when it catches someone in a disfavorable light. This one I thought was not bad until Ian kept talking. And then it was the most perfect pause I've ever seen. Oh, that discharged. Oh, it discharged? It did? When I was fanning the firearm, which can only happen when I have my finger depressed on the trigger, pulling the hammer back.
I specifically bought the same make, model, and caliber gun that was used on this film because of this. And I could not get it to fire without my finger on the trigger.
No, and this is what people need to understand. What if someone puts me in front of a table saw and they say, "Don't worry, it's set up properly." Okay, I pass off a certain bit of responsibility, but that's my life.
And a table saw is in a different category.
I know, and that's what I'm trying to get to this. I don't know how to equate it, because there's really no other equivalent. There really isn't. It's someone gives you a literal lethal weapon and they say, don't worry, right now in its current state, it's not lethal.
In Canada,
Yeah.
there's a category of things for tort law, which is ultra hazardous activities. And if you are engaging in ultra hazardous activities, the standard of care is always the standard of a skilled, trained person. And what this means is basically like, let's say I am, I'm just trying to think of a good example here. Let's say I'm, fixing a car, right? And we'll say fixing a car is not an ultra hazardous activity. I'm required to do my best, but not necessarily the job of like a skilled mechanic. But if you start going into like, I am using explosives to blow up a wall, I can't say I can't be held to the standard of expertise because I don't know about explosives, because the court's response to that is, you were playing with explosives. Your requirement, if you don't have that level of expertise, is to get that level of expertise before you begin. And firearms go into that category. It's if you are saying, I don't know enough to handle a gun safely, you got two options. Option number one, get to knowing enough. Option number two, don't handle the thing. And in his case, he was supposed to attend courses to teach him how to handle a firearm. And what we've heard is that he blew those courses off to the point that they just were like, we're not going to bother anymore, because he wouldn't get off his phone. He wouldn't pay attention to the don't shoot people lesson. And as a result, they're like,
don't put your finger inside the, like there are trigger guards.
Well, and when he says he was trying to practice fanning, you
only
can't
way
fan
you can
the
do
gun
that,
without
you
your
cannot
finger
do
on the
that.
trigger.
Exactly. The
Yeah.
concept of fanning is literally finger on trigger. That is the only way, because you know what happens when you try to fan when you're not on the trigger? This, a very anticlimactic, and
It goes click, click, and it
stuck.
doesn't move. Yeah.
And it's stuck, and you keep trying to do something and nothing happens.
Yeah. The forensic techs were able to get the gun to fire one of two ways. One,
Mallet.
Hitting it with a mallet when the hammer is resting on the cartridge. But that's not what he's saying he's doing. He says he pulls it back. And two, the only other way is you pull the trigger. And the trigger pull on that gun, super easy to pull the trigger.
It's light.
It's light.
The poundage, there's a reason they put pound resistance on triggers, and it's this.
The thing is like this, I found it actually very easy when I was trying to put my trying to hold my finger on the trigger and pull the hammer back but not fire. I found it very easy to have the gun fire, and it was not because the gun was, going off improperly. It's because, just do this, like put some resistance on, you pull on your thumb and pull it back,
your
and
hand
watch what your finger does, like your index finger does. Your index finger, when you do that motion, tends to curl. And this is why gun owners always say, keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. It's because, you're sitting there and you want to have your finger outside the trigger guard.
Usually up. Yeah, I put it up.
I keep it like alongside, right? Like just,
on the slide, like below the slide.
Yeah. And, that's because if you have some stupid moment, And I'm going to give you another example. I had a negligent discharge. Now, this negligent discharge was while I was at the range and while the gun was pointed downrange into a berm. So no harm, no foul, right? But here's what was going on. I'm sighting the gun and I'm not wanting to shoot yet, but my finger has moved onto the trigger because I was not, I shouldn't have. I was new, but it doesn't much matter at this point because I'm pointing down into the berm. I had a hiccup, and that hiccup caused me to fire the gun. Because I went...
What were you shooting? What were you shooting?
A Tokarev TT-33.
Light trigger.
Not super light, but I had I had a powerful hiccup, right?
That's a couple pounds.
And it was just like bang, and I went, what the F? Because I didn't mean to pull the trigger. And there's an old saying that the two loudest sounds on the range is a click when you thought there'd be a bang, and a bang when you thought there'd be a click.
Yeah.
And that was a real loud sound. I was like, oh crap. So I immediately was like, okay, what happened? And I was like, that hiccup just got me to shoot the gun. There have been all sorts of circumstances where somebody has accidentally pulled a trigger. There's one where a police officer accidentally shot somebody because somebody came up behind him and touched him and surprised the cop. And his finger was on the trigger, and he was like telling somebody, get down, get down, get down. And his buddy came up, like another cop came up and basically put a hand on the guy's shoulder to say, I'm here, don't freak out. And the guy went, and pulled the trigger. And meanwhile, this guy who's like, I'm surrendering, suddenly gets shot. And that's not good. Yeah.
So my range sessions are that first shot, by the way, I always do it kind of just, I don't even aim. Like I always do it like downrange, but because the first shot always still the noise still, it's like
you've still got a flinch.
A system. Yeah. But it's the first one. It's like the first shot. Once I hear it and once I get into that rhythm, I'm comfortable. But that first shot throws me. It still does. I'm doing this for years, but it still does.
The other thing I'll say is because of the whole hammer resting on the cartridge thing, this particular gun used to have an interesting loading system. Because when you load these things, there's no cylinder that flips out. You actually have a loading gate that you
slide across. Yeah.
You open the gate and then you just rotate the cylinder, but it doesn't extend out.
Is the gate spring action so it comes back?
No, you've got it flips open and then you flip it shut. Yeah. So you would load one, skip one, load 4. And if you do that properly, what that ends up with is that now your hammer is resting on an empty cylinder. And the gun won't fire if you smack it, but if you draw the hammer back, it'll cycle on to a live cartridge.
Yeah.
So that's just, being cautious.
So my opinion on Baldwin has been consistent throughout. I don't care if you're on a movie set or who tells you what.
Yep.
And maybe maybe that is that when I told you about that whole like first shot like jump that I have, which is kind of embarrassing to admit on stream. That's embarrassing. Don't tell it to anybody else except for us and the 2,000 people watching.
I was going to say you got 2,500 people. 2,500 people watching. Keep quiet.
And it's one of those where it doesn't jolt me, but I can feel that my brain is processing a new thing. It's like a start. It's not like repeated, like I don't know it to be complete normal. Firearms are a different thing. I respect them, and I respect people's right to have them, and I love that people do. I have had clients that have been saved by them, and they are phenomenal. But they come with a fair bit of respect. When you pick that up, you know damn well what that thing can do.
Yep.
And you need to. And if you are, as Alec Baldwin has said in his own interviews, which are going to be played by the prosecution.
Oh,
trial,
yeah.
how experienced he is with guns, how he knows guns, how he knows gun safety, how he knows all the rules about gun safety. What is the first rule of gun safety, Ian?
Don't point the gun at anything you're not willing to destroy.
Yes. And the second rule,
keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. I don't know that they're in any order, but treat any
same.
gun as loaded.
Correct.
Always.
And the other one is when someone hands you a gun, what is the only rule?
You treat it as loaded and you check, right?
Until you confirm otherwise. It is loaded until you confirm otherwise.
And the thing is I have been handed guns by people who have vastly more experience than me. And they're like, gun is unloaded.
Gun.
And I check it and they go, good. And what they'll usually do when they hand over a gun, like I've had people say, hey, do you want to see my gun? I'm like, yeah. And they'll open up they'll open the slide and hand it to me so that in the course of taking it, I can check and see that it's unloaded. I'm like, cool. Unloaded gun, because I've just seen that and I'm taking as I'm taking it into my hand.
Same thing.
I have talked to armorers, and the armorers were like, I have pictures I can't share of actors I can't name being handed a gun and shown that the gun is unloaded. Like I am demonstrating as I hand the gun to you that it's unloaded. And I'm like, this is how it should be done, right? Yeah. It's like if you came to my house and I told you this gun is unloaded and you picked it up, pointed at me and pulled the trigger, I would throw you the F out. Right? You didn't check that. You didn't know. I don't necessarily know, right? I also want to see if they call Jensen Ackles as a witness. So that might be fun.
Well, we're trying to find, because there's an example that exists on set where Will Smith, and I forget what movie it was.
Now I've heard that might have been put on as a demo, but
fine. I don't care. It was the right demo to do.
It was. I love the hell out of it. I know exactly which clip you're talking about.
Because someone is kind of pointing a gun around, and Will Smith grabs it and checks it, and then puts it back in his hand.
Well, the guy's picks up this gun and he starts and Will grabs it, pushes it to the ground, picks it up, checks it, and sets it back down, and is like, "That's a gun, dude." And the guy's like, "Yeah, sorry, Will." It's like, yeah.
I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Ian. I don't care if Ian gives me a gun and said it's clear. I will check that gun.
Yep. And I would expect you to check it. I picked it
up, you would scold me if I didn't. Actually, probably, to be honest, probably you would.
If I hand you a gun and say it's unloaded, I will never be upset if you check the gun. It's like, yes, that is the correct thing to do. So
in my opinion, if the law were to be appropriately applied, Baldwin would be convicted. However, there's a whole trial to go. There's a jury to select. He is innocent until proven guilty. I am very torn on this because I want people to treat guns appropriately and to put responsibility where it lays. So I can see an acquittal. I can see any number of things, but this is a tough case.
Yep. I mean, the prosecution's got a tough road ahead of them. Baldwin's lawyer's actually been no slouch.
Oh no, they've been good. They've been
good.
Ruthless.
Yeah. So
So
I kind of saw that he was like Hollywood, fixer kind of lawyer, and I was like, okay, maybe get a criminal defense lawyer. He's been on the ball. I got no.
Yep.
So.
All right.
Yep.
Okay. So we hit our last topic. 4.5 hours in. Let's catch up on super chats and get out of here. Okay. You have a flight
Sounds
to
good.
catch.
I have packing to do. Yeah.
John Scott, ADHD attorney married to ADHD doctor.
Ooh.
Okay. Yep. That'll do it. Kathy Buchanan, thank you very much. Sharon Quine, would love both your thoughts on the Chris Avell suit. I don't know that lawsuit.
I don't know that one.
I'll take a look. I don't have my notepad here. Rob, unfortunately, there are a lot of children getting referred out of public school. There needs to be more special education services. The problem that we run into most is it's not the services or the money. It's who's providing them and who's administering them. Services are only as good as the people that are facilitating those services. And I agree with you that we need more focus on that, but we need to hire and train better. Canonical Heat, thank you. Please appreciate the hardest working mods on YouTube. They are very hardworking mods, and they have gifts coming to them very soon. Have boxes that have to go out, hopefully tomorrow. Giraffe Gal, to the mods, hearts. Thank you, mods, for all you do. You guys are amazing. They give me topics. They keep us in line. Ian, I know for a fact they tell you and I to both like hydrate and drink water and take breaks and relax. Yeah. And so also Jessica Vasquez has a video on her channel titled I Moved to Georgia. So we are protecting her is BS. Yep. My kid's personal Uber driver. Super curious if you two have followed any of the Key West Pro Se Treehouse trial. I've been watching bits and pieces, not a lot.
I watched a little bit of Recovery Addicts coverage.
Yeah, I have too.
The thing is I would love to cover it. I'm going to be in Vegas. And what is the worst thing for covering a trial? Being in Vegas. So I'm going to have to let that one go. Recovery Addicts does excellent coverage.
Yep. Echoing Ian 1,000%. If you're looking for a place to watch that trial, that's the place to go. Recovery Addict, please go do it. Victor Mann 7777 just checked LLC listings. LLC is a single member. Well, that's a problem for Jeanette. Carson Pratt, sorry for my existential meltdown a few weeks ago. Rob, you didn't deserve that. Thanks, Celine, for coming in clutch. I'm not sure what that was, but I trust that we're doing good. So thank you, and I'm glad you're here. Crazy Cat Queen, question. Confused with use of citizen for estate. Domicile, domiciliary, that's what it means. You live there and have no intention to move. Lindsay, Rob now requires a puppy swoop. Not my opinion. It's a law. Hashtag not a lawyer. Fair. Very.
I mean, I've got puppy swoops. You got to have puppy swoops.
I do too. Joshua, thanks again for another great FNF and have a wonderful weekend, everyone. Thank you, Joshua, for being here and for all the effort you put in moderating. Just because, holy shit, I'm sorry back to Janet from Tangent Braun IP Law, converted from an Illinois LLC on September 25th, 2023 to a Delaware LLC. Well, the conversion might be a misrepresentation, but I don't know because it doesn't mean that the Illinois LLC ceased to exist. So that's a little nuance. Just because, correction, 11/17/2021 was a conversion date. That actually might add something. Not sure. It's a misstatement of pleading. Anyways, Ian, you have packing to do, and I do as well. I have laundry to do.
Yeah, I got to pack some stuff. I'm debating whether I should bring a bottle of hot sauce. I should bring 2 bottles of hot sauce.
I'm saying if it's mine, is it mine?
Yeah.
Of yours? Of yours?
Yeah, I could. Are you going to have a check bag? Can you fly back with it?
I can fly back.
All right. I'm thinking I should bring one for you and one for Devin.
I like this idea.
I'll have to bring some hot sauce.
Okay.
So
I have pens.
excellent.
All right. To those of you still watching, 2,386 of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for continuing to follow this journey that is wild and crazy and results in us being up at late hours of the evening. I very much appreciate every single one of you. We'll catch you from the Gundies because I'm sure that Ian and I are going to misbehave quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Total.
There will be some shenanigans.
Yeah. So stay tuned and enjoy your evening, enjoy your weekend, and we'll catch you out next time. Bye, guys. And outro is now.